So we're going to start in 5 minutes. If you have any roommates or dear friends that really want to attend, please tell them to hurry up. Just as a show of hands, as a survey, who came home or to your room before midnight? Oh, nice, that's good. That's why you're here. That's first. Who came to your house before? Oh, no, sorry. Let's do it in reverse. Who came home after midnight? So keep your hand up. Who came after 1 a.m.? Okay. After 2 a.m.? Okay. My hand is still up as well, just to let you know. After 3 a.m.? Oh, wow, and it's here. Okay. So I guess some of the people that will arrive later probably is after 4 a.m. Let's hope not. Okay, just a reminder also that all the questions can be submitted on Slido, on Keynote. Now you know the drill, so feel free to post your question even during the talk. We'll have a few minutes at the end to ask questions to Emily. And then we can also take it from here if there is a question in the house. Okay, you ready?
Sure.
Yeah. So, Emily Morehouse Valcarcel.
You got it.
We practiced that. Is a Python software developer, but especially a core developer for Python, and is now steering member for the Python Software Foundation. So it's a lot. It's the perfect conference to be in. Today, for this last day of the conference, is going to talk about a very important topic. We touch here and there the importance of exploration, but especially today we're talking about curiosity and how this infuse also the process of work life, and we're very curious about your personal experience on that as well. Okay, so if we are all ready, I'll let you the stage. So a super big applause to Emily.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to your final day of PyCon Italia. I am absolutely thrilled to be here with you all. And especially thank you to all of you for making it here. I know that last night was a late night. Hopefully we didn't have too many spritzes and too much wine and too much fun. I was super bummed. I apparently left right before the concert started last night, but I heard that that was quite a feat to see. So I'm here to present to you my talk today, Stay Curious, Reflections on Passion, Risk-Taking, and Reinvention. So first, a little bit about me. I'm Emily Morehouse Valcarcel. I am the co-founder and director of engineering, and wow, okay, it is early for all of us. Co-founder and director of engineering of a company called Cuddlesoft. We are a full cycle digital product development company. So we take people from those sort of like napkin sketch ideas through user experience design, building out their software, maintaining it, scaling it. So we do everything from web, mobile, IoT, and the cloud. I'm also a Python core developer and a Python steering council member. So essentially what that means is Python core developers are the folks who actually develop the Python language itself. There are a lot of people who go into that process, but Python core developers are specifically the ones who just happen to have commit privileges on GitHub, but are sort of like that core group of people that help really build the language itself. And then I'm also a steering council member. So the steering council was introduced when Guido van Rossum, the creator of Python, stepped down. And so the steering council has kind of filled that gap that he left of making decisions for what actually goes into the language and the changes that are sort of approved or not. So typically these come in the form of things called PEPs, or Python enhancement proposals. So that's the majority of what the steering council does, but we also have some oversight over some various parts of the rest of the Python ecosystem, including the developer in residence that the PSF hires as well. And then finally, I served as the PyCon US chair from 2020 to 2022. This was a really interesting time to have to chair a conference. This one, we actually, for the very first year, we had to make the switch from an in-person to an online conference in a matter of weeks. And it was a really tough thing to go through, both logistically, legally, trying to figure out what protections we had, and then also trying to figure out how we would possibly bring a worthwhile online experience to our attendees who, you know, nobody was really doing that at the time. So it was a really interesting thing to see. Grateful for the support that I had then, and then also grateful I stuck around for a third year. Typically people only chair for 2 years because it's just a lot of work. But I did stick around for that last year to actually get to see PyCon US come back in person, which was a really, really lovely thing. Okay, cool. So enough about that. If you want to find me online, I am Emily E. Morehouse, basically anywhere. And I did also want to give a really huge shout out to the organizers. I was actually supposed to be here last year and had to cancel at the last minute. There were some changes with mask requirements and the lack of vaccines for my daughter. And we were all supposed to be traveling out, and it was just something that I didn't feel that I could do safely. But I'm absolutely thrilled that they welcomed me back, did not hate me so much that they were willing to let me come back this year. So huge thank you to all the organizers as well. And so I've actually have been here since Wednesday, so I've gotten a chance to see quite a bit of the city, got to meet quite a few people. So I'm absolutely loving this beautiful city, and so is my toddler. Turns out that puddles are extremely fascinating things anywhere in the world, but it's even better when you have a beautiful backdrop behind you. So she has just absolutely fallen in love with Italy. She's loved going around and seeing the city. And I'm a little bit worried that she's not gonna let us leave. So if anybody has any hookups for immigration, that would be great, because she is absolutely loving it. Cool, so I actually wanted to start off kind of getting to know all of you all just a little bit. So how many people here are students? Can I just see a show of hands? Okay, how many people have like a professional working job writing software? Cool. How many people consider themselves to be beginner programmers? Okay, intermediate, maybe say like 3 to 6 years of experience? Okay, and how many people have been programming for 7 or more years? Awesome, okay, so there's a really surprisingly skewed group than I was expecting, so that's really excellent, I'm glad I asked. And how many people here consider themselves to have some sort of like significant life partner, a spouse, a husband, wife? Okay, I'm really hoping that there's not any like newly anointed couples nervously looking at their partner right now being like, are you gonna raise your hand? Am I gonna raise my hand? Maybe we should not. Should we have a conversation? Do we need to go outside? And how many people here have kids? All right, so as I was reflecting on what I wanted to talk about today, I realized that it has actually been over 3 years since I gave my last talk. The last talk that I gave was actually at PyCon Columbia in 2020. Again, one of those like really lucky things that I just had a chance to travel right before the pandemic hit. And it really feels like a lifetime ago. Like thinking about all that we've been through, the changes, the pandemic, basically going into this hole and then eventually coming back out and having to be real people again, and all the things that have changed since then. When I had a chance to see people again this year at PyCon US, back when I was able to actually be a normal attendee and not running around like a chicken with my head cut off, I had a chance to talk to people and say like, hey, how have you been? And I really hate the people who are like, oh, good, 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 when like, what is good? How do how do you sum up the last 3-4 years that you've seen someone just saying good? So the thing that I liked to say was, a lot of life has happened. And so I was trying to reflect on the things that have changed since then, the things that I could talk about. So I guess I could talk about my experiences as a core developer, as a steering council member, what our process looks like, what our visions and values are for Python's future. I could talk about bringing people together, the importance and the uniqueness of our Python community, and how we faltered and regained strength after the pandemic. I could talk about development with Python as somebody who uses Python on a very regular basis to build web applications, data pipelines, and processing. I could talk about running a business, about company culture, about managing remote teams, about how our company went from a primarily in-person team to hybrid and now fully remote. I could talk about managing and growing an engineering team. I could talk about parenting while working, or I could talk about balancing running a business while chairing conferences and raising a tiny human and keeping up with all of my open source work at the same time. And I realized that something that all of those things have in common is passion. And no, I actually really don't like the word passion. I think it's kind of a fluff word. But there's something that we lean on that word to describe that is a little bit unescapable. And so my passion has driven me to attain some incredible things. I've done a lot over my career. I would often be asked, but how do you actually do it all? And honestly, I don't know how I did for so many years. Because passion isn't sustainable. I needed to figure out how to reframe my experiences and my goals into something that was actually attainable and sustainable for the long term. And so as kids, we're told to chase our dreams. We ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? And we get answers like firefighter or ballerina or astronaut. From the time that I was a kid, I never did a lot of sitting still. I was always bouncing from academic endeavor to extracurricular activity to theater, rehearsals to dance classes to voice lessons. And I did it all because I was told that I could. I was told that I could chase my dreams. I thrived on a busy schedule as a kid, don't get me wrong. I was a theater kid, I was an academic one, and my time was filled constantly. I graduated at the top of my high school class, and next to my diploma, I had a resume of over 100 theater productions. When I say I didn't have any free time, I had no free time. And so by the college, I had a slightly more realistic view of my future. I was trying to figure out what it was I could do as my adult job, not just the imaginary one that I picked as a kid, without knowing anything about how the world worked. Because that's the thing. Your dreams sort of live in your head. They don't get to have a very direct mapping to what your reality of those dreams actually might be. So I took my first programming class in 2011 during the summer before my third year of college. I was studying theater and criminology. I was absolutely still chasing that dream that one day I was going to be a big Broadway actress and make it and move to New York City and all of that. So I thought that maybe one day I could still be a performer by trade. But I still had the foresight that that path was a highly unlikely one. So I had a backup plan. I actually was originally studying biochemistry in school. I did an internship at a lab and realized that I hated it. And so I was really interested in forensics. And so instead of going the biochemistry route for forensics, I started taking criminology classes. And it just so happened to turn out that our university had just launched a computer criminology program. And they were like, hey, you've got really great math scores. Why don't you go try a programming class? And I did. And I absolutely loved it. So I was hooked immediately. And of course, being the overachiever, dream-chasing person that I was, I actually decided to add an additional major as I was going into, the second half of my college career. So I joined our university's ACM group. I was nominated to the board. I started a position as a research assistant. I hope you're starting to see a pattern here. I latched onto the classes that everyone else seemed to hate. They were everyone's least favorite. Language design, theory of computation, compilers. In 2014, I faced a fork in the road. I could continue on the path of academia, on from a master's degree to a PhD. I could maybe join a research laboratory. I could move to Silicon Valley and join a huge tech company. But as it turned out, I would do none of those things. Instead, I actually dropped out of my master's program at the time and started a company with my then boyfriend, Cuddlesoft. We joked then that Cuddlesoft was our baby. Anyone who actually has kids can attest to the fact that starting a company is nothing like having an actual baby, but the naive person that I was at the time called it that, which I now find only minorly offensive. But we poured ourselves into it, and we were good at it. But the fact that we were good at it didn't save ourselves from working 60 to 80-hour weeks to build this business. But it gave us a feeling of purpose, of being alive. It was the thing that kept us learning and growing and investigating. But we invested all of the time that we had to give into it. I like to call this feeling the hum, and I stole this from a TED Talk by Shonda Rhimes, which is an absolutely incredible TED Talk. If you haven't watched her speak before, please go watch it. She says, the hum is the buzz, the rush, the action and activity, the thing that drives you to strive for greatness, no matter the cost. Or maybe it's called being a workaholic. Maybe it's called genius. Maybe it's called ego. Maybe it's just called fear of failure. So I chased that feeling, that vibration, the synchronicity where everything was exciting. I felt like my life had a direction because I was busy, because I had opportunity after opportunity to say yes to and keep my schedule filled. But somewhere along the lines, something was missing. I loved doing what we were doing, but I really missed the academic side of things. It's really great to learn how to do mobile development and web development, how to run a business, how to run finances, all of the different hats that you wind up having to wear as a business owner. But there was this itch in the back of my brain that I couldn't quite scratch. And so in 2015 at PyCon US, Guido van Rossum announced that it was his goal to add female core developers to the team. At that point, there were no female core developers. It felt like kismet. I didn't have any spare time, but you make time when you feel like the path that you're walking is the one that's made for you. It was really hard work. I set aside time, devotion. I set aside like hours of my week regularly to either meet with other core developers or work on my own things. And it paid off when I did eventually become a core developer in 2018. My time, my effort, my skills, my desire to be included in something I loved, was validated. The thing with saying yes to so many things, though, is that you never really know when you need to say no. I was asked to co-chair PyCon US in 2019. Yes, the hum. Chair PyCon US 2020 to 2021, which of course then turned into 2022. Yes, the hum. I let myself get so busy that I couldn't see a way out. Each new thing that I would take on just added to my anxiety. The thing is, when you're juggling so many things, it's easy to feel like you're not actually doing any of them extraordinarily well. It was self-imposed imposter syndrome on steroids, and I didn't know how to stop it. I've come to realize that I was raised to be an overachiever under the guise of chasing dreams. That kid who was told that they could do anything also wasn't told when to stop or cut back or say no. I think it's fine when we're younger. There's not as many other possibilities or responsibilities to contend with. And you never want to say no to a kid when they have that fiery passion in their eyes. Busyness used to be exhilarating because the possibility and potential that it all held gave importance to my life. I loved what I was doing at every stage, don't get me wrong. There's not really room to not love it. It was too hectic, too grueling, too busy to not love every second. It was also driving me at full speed with a single finger on the wheel towards the cliffs of extreme burnout. But sometimes it's nice to feel like you're good at something, to feel involved. I was too scared that if I stepped back, that silence would mean failure. And who would I be if I didn't have that drive, that hum, that ambition? If all of my work stopped, who did that leave? And then COVID hit. The pandemic brought with it lockdowns around the world. We shut down and we lived in boxes. Then what did I do? I worked, and I worked, and I worked. I took those things that I knew those things that I could still do in my life, and I just amplified those 1,000%. These workaholic tendencies absolutely started to get the best of me. But we had no excuse, we couldn't go anywhere, we couldn't do any other things. What else was I supposed to do? Just sit and play video games? I should have sat and played video games. But I had been on this train that had literally never stopped. I didn't know how to slow down. And for a while there, things sped up pretty significantly. There was less to do, so the things we knew could take even more of a center stage, like working. But when you're living in a box, and at the time I felt like I was living in a box, I was living in a very small townhouse that was literally shaped like a cereal box. It was about 8 feet in width, and then once you counted the stairs, there was about 5 feet there, and let me tell you, it was impossible to find a couch that would fit in that living room. And so when you're living in a box, you're seeing the same things over and over, the same walls, not seeing any other people. It starts to feel restricting. And at some point, my now husband, who is still my business partner, we stopped and looked back at what we had been doing over the last few months and realized that we'd been doing almost nothing besides working. And so, what's the best way to know that you're burnt out? Someone who knows you really, really well tells you that you're burnt out. I would talk about how I wasn't able to focus or get anything done, how just done with things I felt. I wasn't really inspired by the things that I was doing anymore. My husband would start to say, do you maybe think that nope. Yeah, but do you think maybe you're just getting a little bit burnt out? Nope. And I just didn't want to hear it for the longest time because it meant having to step away and having to do something different and having to start saying no to things that I really desperately wanted to do because those were the things that brought my life value. And as an adult, saying yes to everything has actually led me to a lot of work with a lot of misdirected fulfillment. It's not something sustainable, and it's not something that leads to a lifelong journey. It's one that comes in spurts and peaks and valleys. So when I was asked to do something, to lead a project, to write a book, to organize an event, I was thrilled to be thought of, to be included. How could I say no without writing myself out of the picture? So something had to change, and it did. So we found out that we were pregnant in September 2020, and it was the most compelling, guaranteed reason to absolutely force you to make a change, right? Logistically, there are no more 60 to 80-hour work weeks if you want to be involved in your kid's life, especially as a mother and especially in those early stages. There's just literally not time in the day for you to do much else besides be a parent. And so we had to figure out how we could keep up with all of our commitments, everything we wanted to do while growing a family and maintaining ourselves along with it. This is still a balance that I'm striving to find. But then there was this bundle of magic that changed everything. The hum was gone. The engine turned off. It was replaced with a vacation responder to my email. I logged out of Slack. I stopped looking at anything. And all of the things work were replaced with sleep deprivation, bottles, diapers, feeding schedules, brain fog, and a love so big it made me do crazy things like sit there and stare at my sleeping child for hours when I myself was sleep deprived and hadn't gotten more than like 4 hours of sleep in the last day. But 3 months of parental leave, yes, the US sucks, ended, and I went back to work. I picked up where I left off, or at least I tried to, with the time that I had left. But the engine wouldn't start. I did things that brought me that hum before, brought me that feeling that I had been chasing, but it never came. As kids, we're often told that we can be anything we want to be, do anything we want to do. It's a beautiful thing to buy into. Kids are born with such an innate curiosity. You know, once they figure out the whole holding their head up and getting into the walking and talking thing. But their entire lives start out as a science experiment. My daughter conducts dozens of experiments daily. What happens if I push this button? What happens if I stomp in this puddle? What do I do now that my shoes are wet? This is also how we wound up with a very wet bathroom after she discovered the bidet in our hotel room. In her defense, the bidet does look like a perfectly sized toddler sink that's right at her level, so I get it. But her recent obsession has actually been all these really small holes in the ground that are scattered throughout this hotel. Have you noticed them? They're very small holes, very intentionally placed, fitted with a spring and a small covering. She's fascinated by them. She stops at every single one. She'll bend down and push on the spring and let it pop back up, and push on the spring and let it pop back up, and I swear she would do that for the entire day if we let her. She hasn't quite figured out why they're there, but she noticed them. Probably because they're at her level, probably because they're something she's never really seen before. But as adults, we don't even notice it. Maybe if I describe it to you and we realize, oh, it's just part of the door locking mechanism, of course. There's a bar from the door that goes into it that keeps it locked. But to her, that curiosity won't be stopped. And so it's a tricky line to walk, to not stifle that curiosity and creativity, but to try to lead us towards a life that is going to allow us to build something sustainable around it. Because that fiery passion is the thing that got us interested in the first place. But there are no ways to kind of approach this with a child that are going to be perfect. And so I try to not stifle that creativity in my child, but sometimes it's definitely like, all right, kid, you've pushed it 100 times. We really got to go. Breakfast is ending in 10 minutes, that kind of thing. And you do have to kind of make your own set of rules around these things for when you're going to encourage that curiosity and when you have to end it. And so, of course, there are rules for safety that we hold, social rules that we attempt to maintain. If any of you noticed the small toddler who was nearly tripping all of the waiters at the dinner last night, that was absolutely my daughter who refused to sit still at a certain point into the night. She is still, understandably, just 2 years old. There are important rules of cause and effect that we try to teach her. But as we encourage curiosity, you can do anything quickly becomes you can do everything. How do we identify the things that we want to do? How do we distill them, boil them down into what can keep us going and when our passions and our curiosities keep changing? Time speeds up when you become a parent. I'm not totally sure how the physics of it all works, but there were definitely 24 hours in the day before I have a kid, and there's definitely only 14 hours a day now, and I still feel like I can't do anything done, and I don't get to sleep. Before I had a kid, I'd always had time and almost nothing but to pour into the things that I wanted to do. How else would I have worked so much? How else would I have accomplished so many different things? But not only do you now have this tiny human to keep alive, you have more laundry and more meals and more playing and more. And the time goes so fast. I don't want to work when my daughter asks me to play. Somewhere along the lines, I started saying no to work and yes to her. It took a while to see it. I had transformed into something else. I was no longer the person who felt like I needed to make contributions or be online or attend events just to kind of show face, to be important, to have impact. All my titles were scratched off. My headline, my desk plaque now read, Mom. But that was the thing that I loved doing, the person I loved being, and that hum started up again. I couldn't figure out how to reconcile it, how to be this new person and completely let go of all of the other things that I had once been, because a part of me still wanted those things. And so I was left with a question. I had lost who I was before my primary role was something different. Did it have to change because I just had a new way to spend my time? I really struggled to separate who I was versus the things that I was actually doing. So who would I be if those things that I used to do were stripped away and just the person that I am was left behind? What did I have to change to take care of the person underneath all of the doing? I had to learn to be without doing. I had to allow myself to move the value that I had given to work, whether open source or my business, to myself. So I had to allow myself to evolve, to change, and to take value in who I'd become and the path that got me there. For me, motherhood has actually turned into a source of fuel and inspiration, a place of refuge and growth. There's nothing that brings me more joy or happiness than seeing my daughter discover the world, even if it is just these tiny little springs and holes in the ground. I don't know why. One that really got me the other day was I saw my daughter for the first time pick up an apple and take a bite out of it. Now the parent inside of me was like, oh no, this child has choked on apples before. No, we're not going there yet. But it was just an amazing thing to see her, after watching somebody else do it, figure out how to do something for the very first time. And you get a lot of firsts with your kids. I actually saw one of the lightning talks the other night, and I am heartbroken for the parent that can't be there for a lot of those firsts, because they're magical and they don't happen again. You might get a second and a third, but you don't get another first. And so my transition hasn't been one of self-sacrifice that we often talk about with mothers. It's one of joy and peace and symbiotic growth. It's not that I am now placing my daughter first or that I am less than anything else because I am now a mom. It's that I have so much more life and joy and curiosity that I get to witness on a daily basis because I get to see it through the eyes of my daughter. It means everything else that takes my time must deserve it wholeheartedly because the bar has been raised. And that means cutting out the things that gave me anxiety or stress, or that I said yes to just to add another millionth thing to the end of my to-do list. All in all, my fear of doing less. I was worried that I would mean less or have less of an impact. I think I've actually been able to do the opposite. By really taking a step back and only focusing on the things that I can actually truly accomplish, that really bring me joy, that really bring that hum, I've been able to do them so much better. The time that I'm actually spending is more focused, more enthusiastic. I no longer feel the anxiety or the begrudgery of not knowing how to prioritize my to-do list. And I actually get to be excited about the things that I do have on my list. Now, it has not been easy to take that 60 to 80 hour work week of doing everything that I used to want to do and distilling it down into what is probably, honestly, working with a kid, closer to a 30 to 35 hour work week. And I'm lucky, especially in the US, to get to work that little. But figuring out how to make my business work and my open source work and volunteering and community and having impact has really been a struggle. But our passion fades over time. In our life, in our relationships, in learning, we're wired to crave variety. And it makes sense. Who would want to be doing the same thing over and over again on a daily basis for years on end? That would get pretty boring, right? And so sometimes it's a matter of needing to change things up. There's actually a rule or kind of unspoken thing in academia that if you've been working on the same thing for about 10 years, it's time to switch things up. If you've been working on it for that long, you've likely gone into almost all of the little nooks and crannies that you possibly could, and it's time to do something else, take a different direction. And so depending on how deep you want to go on a single topic, if you want to get into all of those nooks and crannies that academics do in their research, sure, 10 years, but for a lot of us, we probably work on something for 3 to 5 years. You might consider yourself a Python expert or a Django expert or whatever that might be, and eventually we get to the end of it and it feels like we're just doing the same thing over and over again. I feel this often in my business where it's like, my God, how many more web applications can I write? Like, how much more passion do I have burning for RESTful APIs and gets and puts? And it just starts to feel like you're doing the same thing over and over. And so I am blessed and lucky and all of those things to get to be reinvigorated by this curiosity that my daughter has brought me. And I also consider myself lucky to have been sort of forced into this position where I had to ruthlessly prioritize the things that mattered to me, which means that now, if something was a 3 out of 10 on my to-do list before in terms of the joy that it brought me or the enthusiasm that I had for it, that's something that goes away. And it takes time, and I've had responsibilities and things that I've had to withhold my end of, but over time, I hope that I can just continue to have this bar raised incredibly high so that the things that I'm doing are the things that really matter to me. And so I make time with my daughter for the afternoon yoga breaks, for the dance parties in the middle of making dinner, for the just one more book for the 10th time before bedtime. But it usually doesn't take that long. 5 to 15 minutes is usually all that I can get out of my toddler in terms of when I'm that most important person in the room to her. But it does remind me to stop and look around in front of me to see where she's getting that curiosity and enthusiasm from and how I can bring a little bit more of that into my life. And so I'd forgotten what it looked like in my life to have balance. And in fact, I'm not really sure that I ever did have balance. Because those days where I would leave for school at 7:30 in the morning and not get back until after 10 o'clock at night after rehearsals when my dad was already in bed and he'd left dinner on the stove, that wasn't balanced either. For so long, I was focused on all things programming so much that it actually became my personality. It became one of the few things that I could actually talk about with people. It became one of the only lenses that I could actually see myself through. I forgot that I liked making art or theater or yoga or going on hikes or video games. In fact, I'd actually argue that establishing a balance between not just my work and my life, but all of these other interests made myself a more varied person, and it inherently increased my own worldview. There were so many things that I was missing out on because I had my head dug into the sand in this one area. there's a lot of great stuff out there that's worth a look too. It doesn't have to be just programming. And so my final thought that I'm sort of bringing forward with me into this new phase is to focus on a few things that bring you joy. Just a few things that bring you that hum, that make you feel compelled to work on them, and do those things incredibly well. If there's anything that feels like you're wading through the mud on, that you dread seeing come up on your to-do list, figure out why, and figure out a way to either re-imbue that curiosity, that passion into what you're doing, or maybe find something else to work on. It was a hard lesson that, yes, sometimes you do have to say no to the things that you don't want to do, but sometimes you have to say no to the things that you actually really do want to do. Overload leads to burnout, leads to needing to rekindle the fire when a slow burn is so much easier to maintain. For me, this means being honest with myself about the bandwidth that I have and ruthlessly prioritizing the things that I have on my plate. And I've learned to say no or not right now. And the thing is that I've remembered that if something's not right for you now and you tell somebody, hey, I'd really love to do this, it sounds really exciting, but I just can't take this onto my plate right now, they'll likely remember you and come back to you the next time, and they'll actually have that much more respect for you for knowing that you wanted to do it well. And it doesn't have to take this giant life-altering milestone of having a kid to convince you to choose yourself. It's not like I didn't have the same issues before then. It was just having a kid was the breaking point for the particular schedule and lifestyle that I had been leading. But it would have happened sooner or later, whether I'd had a kid or not. And so you can choose to invest in yourself, your well-being, to make your journey into a marathon and not a sprint. You can make conscious, intentional changes and decisions to build a fulfilling life, both inside and outside of work, and to be a more whole human being. Your future self will thank you. Thank you. And now I can see the lovely people who are behind this laptop. Hi, nice to see you.
Thank you, Emily. It was very inspiring. I think all of us a little bit overworked during COVID, and I did. So there's already a few questions. If any of you want to add more questions, remember Slido keynote. So one question is related to the US culture as well. If the US culture of hustling all the time, so the environment that you were in, even traveling before, is influenced your way that you just tell us to work even more and more, and how in general the environment influence people has for your experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that especially in the US and especially in larger tech companies, you see a lot of variety in sort of that hustle culture. I think that there is this expectation that everyone always has a side project. And I think that's really what they push in the United States, is that, you know, if you're working for Facebook, you're also doing this other thing, or trying to start your own business. Especially in Silicon Valley, there's always somebody who's like trying to build the next big thing. But I do think that in general, like work culture in the United States has kind of been a trickle-down effect of expecting people to work, you know, 8 to 5. We don't get a lot of vacation time. We don't get parental leave. There's just a lot of things from like an infrastructure and a government perspective that we don't get experience or like awarded with. And so I absolutely think that it's a big impact. I think that at least from what I've seen in smaller companies and in our company itself, there has been a bit of a backlash with COVID where people are wanting to reclaim their lives. And slowly but surely, I'm hoping that the US kind of catches up to the rest of the world, and I hope that the rest of the world also keeps moving forward. And I know some countries or some companies have been trying out 4-day work weeks and like figuring out that balance. And I think that once we have more balance in our work life, it also can help us shift where our free time is expected to go. Because I think that's a big part of it, is that your free time doesn't typically just go to yourself or to your family. It also goes to those other things that are sort of work related or in that hustle culture.
Thank you. And on the top of that, also how talking about environment and our relationships, how intercultural relationship interaction in a way influence your thinking. You think that perhaps getting exposed to different people, different around the world, how that influence your thinking also, perhaps seeing things in perspective for your work.
Oh, absolutely. I think that I've been really lucky to have a chance to meet a lot of people from other different countries, and it's definitely had a pretty big impact on me. And I think especially as we've been looking at, the environment that we want to raise our daughter, and obviously I feel like most of the world knows about all of the issues that the United States has with public schooling and safety for kids in schools. We've been looking at other countries, and I am comforted that there are other options out there, but I'm also incredibly saddened that the United States feels so far behind in a lot of these ways. So it's definitely taken me and encouraged me to kind of step back and look at least the small impacts that we can have within our own company, where we get to control the culture, we get to control the policies, we get to control what we give to our employees, to try to kind of set the balance there based on what I've been able to experience that other people have in other countries.
Thank you. So talking about influence, are there any people in particular that influence your your decision in life, in particular from personal and professional experience, and things like I wouldn't be there if it wasn't without perhaps one interaction, so people get curious about your mentors or anything that influence your way in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a big part of it, and a part of my journey, is definitely like becoming a core developer. So I actually got a chance to like personally be mentored by Guido himself. So he played a really big path in that. There are also a couple of other core developers, particularly Eric Snow, who would meet with me. We just kind of like co-work together, and it was like the kindest thing that anyone had ever done for me, where I was like, I am nobody, and this person just thinks that we have like interesting enough stuff to work on, and he wanted me to be successful to the point that like it's just like, hey, yeah, let's just work on these things together and like be there as the support system. So both of those people, I think, have definitely played a really big role in my path, as well as any of these other people who have just sort of like thought of me and included me and made me feel like I was doing something that was important. So all of like the PyCon staff, the PSF software foundation, all those people who are involved. But I also think it's a really interesting thing to think about how intentionally we choose our journeys. Because I also look back and I'm like, wow, I didn't intend to be here at all, right? Like, I could look back and see people who had some sort of positive impact on me, like starting that company or taking that research position or whatever it was, sort of encouraging me. But I also don't think that I ever really made an intentional step to do the thing that I was doing until much, much later on.
Yes. So I relate a lot with the person that asked these questions, and I think you too, due to this talk. How you can say no to something that you really like, but at the moment you can't pursue?
Yeah.
And perhaps there's a no for ourselves too. Like.
Yeah, absolutely. So I try to keep in mind that I can only really have one major sort of side thing that takes up my time. And so right now, the thing that takes up most of my sort of free time for open source is being on the steering council. We actually meet weekly for about 2 hours a week. And then we also have time, I usually set aside at least an hour or two to review PEPs that are incoming, some time to respond to people on Discourse, some time to draft monthly updates. So when I go back and look at it, I'm probably spending 4 to 6 hours a week on these things. And so the thing that I try to remind myself, and I've had to do this recently, I have a dream of writing a book one day, and I can't do it right now. That's going to take so much time. And so the thing that I try to remind myself is if I added this to my list and I had to go try to schedule out my week, am I going to feel excited about this thing, or am I going to feel stressed about this thing? And so one thing that I'll try to do is okay, I was super excited about potentially writing a book. So I put on my to-do list for a month. Just write the outline, right? Just write it. And every single time I'd see it and it'd pop up and I'd be like, I don't have time for that. That's stressing me out. I'm just going to bump it to next week, bump it to next week, bump it to next week. So I'll do these little thought experiments with myself to see yeah, I'm really excited about it, but where is this actually going to fall on my daily prioritization and my daily sort of stress scale? And then that's when I know, okay, maybe I don't want to say no, but I have to say no. And I do really try to lean back on things that if I am really excited about it, I try to say, hey, no, I can't take this on right now. These are the things that are taking my time, but once that changes, this is the next thing to sort of move up in the docket. And so another thing I've started doing is again, trying to be more intentional, because I feel so much of my journey, again, you just don't necessarily make these choices intentionally. So I've tried to do a bunch of life planning, and I have projects that I want to do one day or trips that I want to take. And so I try to use that as a place to put these ideas and put these things that stress me out if I see them on a daily to-do list, but there's still a home for them that I can go back and look and see, oh wow, I wanted to do this thing, I wanted to do that thing, and use it to then go back and get inspired again by it later.
I hope it's difficult to practice, right?
It's very difficult to practice.
On the top of that, quickly, do you have any suggestion on how to say no to your boss or people in charge?
Spoiler alert, I don't have a boss. Probably not the right person to ask on this
how
one.
You will receive it? I agree suggested to
Yeah, absolutely. So we are very aware of the workload and the pressures that we put on our employees. We're a really small company, and I feel in small companies that usually means that you're I don't want to say picking up the slack, but you're picking up on all those things that just don't have somebody else to do. And so I try to make sure that I'm checking in with all my direct reports or having other people check in to make sure that we're saying hey, how are you feeling? And not necessarily put somebody in the position that they have to say no, that they can't take something on, but to actually have that conversation before you just try to assign something else to them to say, hey, I'm thinking about, having you tech lead on your first project. How would that feel to you? And actually talking through the emotions of it before we get to the point where you have to say yes or no. And then since we've already had that conversation and we're in it, we can usually very easily see okay, yes, this is it, this is the time, or no, there are these other things going on, or, these things are, need to be upskilled or whatever it is before we get to that point. So I try to not put it on the person themselves to have to say no.
You mentioned curiosity, and as kids, as a natural way to go for it. But what will you suggest to reignite curiosity and the spark of curiosity in people that seems at that moment to don't care about anything? Perhaps I think the person wants to say yes to give a way to explore more about the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that those are really kind of hard points to be at in your life where you just don't find anything interesting. And so my suggestion for that would be to pick 5 different totally random things and just tell yourself that you're going to do it. You don't have to like it. You might go take a stand-up class. You might go take a pottery class. You might get a new video game, get a new book, and just allow yourself to do other things that you don't have to like. And eventually maybe you'll find one of those things that does kind of like spark that interest. But I think trying to put pressure on yourself of like finding the thing that really excites you can make it that much harder to actually figure it out.
Yeah. So in case that you want to help someone to spark this kind of curiosity, perhaps you can invite him in one of these experiences, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have a step forward. Okay. That's an interesting question to have, like a quite an alternate path reality. If you don't have kids, how else can you actually make yourself tip to and live a more balanced way? I often try this but fail. So just in case a person don't have kids, probably already that has a lot more time. But in general, I guess some tips on how to live a balanced life, work life, and you touched some things, but perhaps you want to add something more on that.
Yeah, so balanced life even without kids, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so in theory, it makes it easier because you do have all of that time. But I think there is the contradiction of like, once you have kids, your kids do pull you in so many different other directions that might not necessarily be like the thing that you're actually interested in. And so I think that a lot of it is like setting time aside to do something else that's not your primary job function, and to maybe find something that like intrigues you about your daily life. Maybe you really like food and you can become a better cook, or you like being outdoors. And so I think for me, at least with my schedule and the way that I work, I really have to kind of schedule those things. So that would be my recommendation, is just say like, I am not going to be in my home every like Saturday, and I'm going to get up and I'm going to go do something out, and I'm either going to go to a new restaurant or I'm going to go on a hike, and just like try to create that separation, and not give yourself an option to like just fall into those same sort of patterns that you maybe were falling into before.
Thank you. And good tips. We hope to apply that. Is there any one last question for the audience in here? Otherwise, I will. There? No. Oh. No, I wasn't sure. Can you raise your hand if there was one on the back? Maybe it was just a scratching. Sorry. Yeah. So, would like to know if you want to share anything, last words in order to follow your tips, and or anything that you want to share as last words. Last words.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me share this. I think this is it's been
There is a question. There is a question. Thank you very much for pointing out. Yes.
So how did you like focus on so many things at the same time while you were a kid and even now?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that especially when I was younger, and especially when I was a kid, I just had like a lot more mental elasticity. Like once you hit 30, you feel tired all the time, and you're like, oh, you do feel old now. This is great. But I think that everything was sort of new and exciting, and I think for me, there wasn't an end game for the things that I was doing as a kid, right? Like I could go and be in theater productions or do dance competitions or read books or study chemistry, whatever it was, and it was strictly for the act of doing the thing that made me excited. And I think that amount of like intense interest can kind of fuel you through things. And now as an adult, I start to realize like you wake up on a Saturday morning and you laze around the house and maybe you make breakfast, and then all of a sudden it's noon and you're like, where did my day go? And I think when I was doing more things, I was more effective with my schedule. And I think that's something that I've definitely lost as I've gotten older. And I think, again, like if you don't have that desire and interest of like, oh, I'm going to wake up on a Saturday morning and read a book or go to rehearsal or to go do these things, like you wind up finding other ways to fill your time that don't fill it and just kind of pass the time.
Okay. Okay. Sorry? Okay. Okay, so thank you, Emily, a lot. And a great applause for Emily again. So please, I will ask you to leave the room for a nice coffee break and then return to the room transformed. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome in this track. In this session, Segui Chemay will speak out us about his experience with Webouts and in Django. So we can start. The question can be submitted as usual through Slido. And we have now running your Django Web App service. Thank you, Segui.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Happy to be here. What I would like you to have in the end of this conversation is to understand the basic concepts of WebAuthn, understand why it is important, and from there you can take it on and maybe implement it in your service and application. So my name is Segui. I'm working at Wingate. We're building a remote software, remote zero software, and WebAuthn is part of our feature set. So this is going to be a bit different demonstration. We will start from the demo. Hopefully the god of demo will be with me. Then we will see some code because that's what we're all here for. Then we will understand the needs for WebAuthn and why does it worth the effort. And eventually we will see some numbers so you can convince others that it is actually needed as well. Yeah. Any Seinfeld fans in the crowd? Just me? Okay. So let's start with the demo. We have a nice web console here with two basic features, sign up and login. So we're going to sign up with the name of PyCon. Okay, and boom, we have this nice pop-up which said that we will need the passkeys. Passkeys is kind of a combined effort by Google, Apple, and other big industries to make a centralized way of using WebAuthn. And then when I continue, you don't see it because it is on my main device, but I need to add my fingerprint and then get started. Okay, that's the first part. Now we are authenticated. We are registered. We will talk about it soon. And then when we log in, okay, PyCon, authenticate. I will use my thumbprint again on my device. Okay, and I'm authenticated. Okay, that was a quick demo. Now let's go over the code, but before that, let's go over some concepts. So there are three main components building this WebAuthn feature set. The first one is the Reline Party. Reline Party, that's basically our server. In our case, what we're going to talk about is Django. That's a service that user can authenticate with WebAuthn. It initiates a flow that is called a ceremony, whether it is registration ceremony or authentication ceremony. And the main purpose of this talk is to understand those ceremonies. I believe that once we understand the ceremonies, implementing the code is much easier. The second part is the authenticator. The authenticator is a software or a hardware device because WebAuthn might also be used by security keys, not necessarily biometrics. It is a device that creates and holds cryptographic key pairs. Those key pairs are later being used as a major part in this ceremony. And the third component is the user agent. That's probably the web browser, your application, whatever you're building that connects between the Reline Party and the authenticator to make this ceremony complete. Both authenticator and user agent basically are at the same device, whether it is your mobile, tablet, whatever you're using. Okay, so now that we are familiar with those three terms, we can move on to the ceremonies. So the first part in the ceremony is the user agent authenticator Reline Party connectivity. It starts when the user wants to register. Okay, when he wants to register, he goes to the Reline party, our Django server, and say, hi, my name is PyCon, as we saw in the demo, and I would like to register. The Reline party starts the ceremony by creating and generating a challenge. That challenge is going to move on by the user agent to the authenticator, which will sign it with the cryptographic keys, and then back to the Reline party that will verify it. That's lots of talking. Let's see how it looks like in the code. Okay, so we have here basic Django app. It's empty. It has just the view that you saw and the template. Because we are under time pressure, I prepared all the general stuff with all the imports. We are using a third party that is called PyWebAuthn. It abstracts all the cryptographic methods and gives a nice SDK on top of WebAuthn in Python. So we are using it. Other than that, we have the Reline party information, the ID, the name, and the origin. We are running on localhost. We have our databases. Those are 2 cached databases. In real life, this will probably be some kind of a SQL or whatever you choose to have. And challenges, we'll talk about it in a bit, but it will probably some kind of a volatile database. We also have a class called user account, and it has the username and a list of credentials. A credential represents the current cryptographic identification of the user. Okay, let's go back. Okay. So to build the ceremony in Django, we will need 2 views. Each one of them will have get and a post method. Get to start, to initiate the ceremony, and post will be used to complete the ceremony flow, to do the last verification part. So let's start with the get. So the get operation will have the username in it. That's just like a general thing to have. We want to query the user from the database, not related to WebAuthn at all. But once we have the user, we can start the ceremony. To start the ceremony, we call PyWebAuthn method that is called generate registration options. We're basically going to create some kind of feature set later telling the authenticator how we want the ceremony to behave. There are all kinds of types of ceremonies, all kinds of transport of ways to identify. For example, I can use biometric, I can use security key. So that's what we're going to define in our options. Okay? Before we define that, we need to say which Reline party are we using. So in our case, that's going to be localhost. In a real-world scenario, that's probably going to be your domain or however you would like to identify to the authenticator. Okay, then we add the user information because that options are user-specific. And eventually, we will add some more WebAuthn information. We will use direct attestation. We will ask the authenticator service to do user verification at the authenticator side as well. So we have both user client side and backend verification. And what we have here is also excluding the already existing credentials for that user, so that a user will not be able to re-register again with the same cryptographic key pair that it already created. Okay, so that's the way we create the options. Once we have them, we got our challenge. We will save the challenge in our volatile challenges database and return a JSON response back to the user agent. Okay? At this point, the user agent will pass the options to the authenticator, which will do that cryptographic magic. We will talk about it in a bit. And then make a post request. How should we behave? What should we do with that post request? So as always, we first need to start with the user. We got our user, and then we're going to handle the verification flow. We're going to create a registration credential. That's a class abstracted by PyWebOSN, but it holds all the information that we need to have to complete the registration ceremony. And then we're going to create a registration response. We're going to verify. We're verifying by passing the credential to PyWebOSN. We should also add the challenge that we have and the reliant party information. And at this point, the PyWebOSN, the cryptographic part in it, will make sure that the challenge that he got in the verification post method matches whatever we had when we started the ceremony. Okay? Once we have that, we are going to create a new credential. We got the credential. This is the public key of the credential. That's the sign count. We will talk about sign count in a bit. And we're going to save the transport and add it to the user credential. Okay, so we verified, the ceremony is completed. We have a new credential for this user, and we saved it in we kept it in our database. Okay, now we're ready to go. The ceremony, the registration ceremony is completed. Okay, moving on, and once we've completed the registration ceremony, we are going to talk about the authentication ceremony. Surprisingly, the authentication ceremony is very similar to the registration ceremony. It also consists on a challenge and the cryptographic keeper that is at the authenticator. However, we are not generating new cryptographic keepers. We are using the keeper that is already exists for that user in the device, in the authenticator. Okay, and moving back to the code. Okay, let's implement the authenticate. Okay, we're going to fetch the user from the database, and then same as we had at the registration ceremony, we're starting by generating authentication options. We're going to tell it which is the reliant party that we're going to be using. We are going to give, unlike before when we excluded the credentials because we wanted to have a new set of credentials, now we tell it what are the allowed credentials. For this example, we're allowing all credentials that belong to that user, but you might change it according to your business logic. For example, you might only allow credentials that created in a specific device, in a mobile devices, for example. But that's the way we pass the credentials that we want. And again, we say that we would like it to be verified by the user verification as well. Okay, and once we created the options, we have a new challenge that is being created, and we are going to keep it in our volatile challenges database. I didn't show it before, but okay. Ultimately, I had to do a pop here, so we can use the challenge only once. Good luck, it's just a demo. Good thing it's just a demo. Okay. That's the first part of the authentication ceremony. We created a challenge. We bring it back to the user agent, which will pass it on to the authenticator. Now, to complete the ceremony and to complete the whole WebAuthn flow, we're going to implement the post method, which is the authentication ceremony last phase. Okay, and again, we are going to fetch the user. Okay, before that, we're going to create authentication credential. Again, that's a PyWebAuthn class that abstracts all the properties that we need to know in order to do the ceremony. It holds the credential themselves that we got in the request. Okay, once we have the request credential, we are fetching the user and the user credential. At this point, I should expect having at least or exactly one credential in my database that matches the credential that we got from the request. If not, something in the process went wrong and we cannot continue with the authentication flow. Okay? But once I found the relevant credential, I'm going to take it and complete the verify flow. Okay? To complete the verify flow, I will need the request credential, which is all the information that we got from the authenticator, the client. Here I'm actually popping the username from the challenges DB, so I can only use it once. And that's the expected challenge. Sending some relying party information. And the current credential that I would like to verify. At this point, the WebAuthn component will take the request credential, will try to match it with the challenge to verify that it was signed properly. It will use the public key that we have in our public keys data store. And it will also use the sign count. Now, let's talk about the sign count for a minute. Sign count is used as another layer of protection. There might be a possibility that your device will somehow be cloned, your authenticator will somehow be cloned, your credential database, your client-side credential database, the private keys might be somehow stolen, and somebody will try to do the ceremony from another device. The sign count is another layer of protection, which means that if I have two authenticators with the same public key, with the same cryptographic information, making a request to the same relying party, that means that at some point the sign count will be different from one to another and from whatever the relying party has in its own database, and this will fail the ceremony. Okay? So that's why we will not allow authentication if the sign count is incorrect. Okay? So yeah, everything is done. We were able to verify, and we're going to save the new sign count and return a good response to the server. Okay, this is the code. Very basic. It is just a demo. It's not something that I would recommend you to use for production, but just to demonstrate the ceremony and so you can understand the basic concepts for WebAuthn. And let's go back to the slides. There is another part of this flow, and that's JavaScript. Yeah, I know that's a Python conversation, but we will talk for a minute on JavaScript. I hope you're not too scared, because I am. So let's see how the JavaScript looks like. I'm not going to demonstrate the code as I did for Python, but just so you can see how it looks like. So when I click on the register button, there is a fetch operation that goes to the relying party and gets the options. Then the relying party, this is the user agent. The user agent passes the option to the authenticator. We are using an open source called Simple WebAuthn that does the abstraction of the SDK operations with the authenticator. So I don't have to worry about it. It abstracts very nicely. So we pass the options, and then we're getting the authenticator response. Once we got the authenticator response, okay, we will do the post request to our relying party, and we know whether we are verified or not. Okay, the flow at the authentication process is very, very similar. When I click the authenticate button, I am going to do a GET request, which will give me the options, the authentication options. And then I will go to the authenticator, which will do the cryptographic key signing for the user and challenge. it will give me a response with a challenge, with the sign count that we talked a couple of minutes ago. And then I can do the post request to the Relying party, my Django server, that will complete the flow and the ceremony. Those were 2 minutes talking about JavaScript in a Python convention. Okay. So let's recap. We learned about the Relying party, which is our Django app that generates a challenge and verifies it. It will initiate the ceremonies. We talked about the authenticator, which is usually a client-side component, whether hardware or software, that creates a cryptographic keeper. We talked about the ceremonies, so you can understand how the WebAuthn authentication flow, authentication and registration flow works. And all of that in order to create a secure and passwordless login flow. Okay, but why? Why is it important? I mean, that's very nice, but does it really worth the effort? So the answer is yes, for a few reasons. First, there are no shared secrets. Unlike TOTP, for example. Anybody here uses TOTP, time-based authentication? Okay, so you have a secret that you generate at the server. It goes back to your client application unencrypted. If somebody gets your secret, he can use TOTP in whatever client, whatever device that he would like, and it is very easy to replicate. More than that, if your credential somehow got stolen, they're useless without the authenticator device. Another good reason is phishing resistancy. It is one of the most common attacks nowadays are phishing. Somebody can, call you and try to hack and steal your password, steal your one-time code, whatever. They cannot steal your thumbprint. I mean, they can, but it will be very hard. Or a security key or whatever. You need your physical evidence in order to log in, what you don't necessarily do when you're using other authentication methods. And the third party, which I like most, is better user experience. I mean, you don't need third-party apps. You don't need to remember anything. You don't need to reset your passwords. You don't need anything. Biometric, put your fingerprint, your face print, plug in your security key, and you're on. Okay. Last part, because we are under time pressure, is talking about some numbers. Okay, we have some numbers here. Those are very realistic numbers. So in 2022, 76% of organizations were targeted by a ransomware attack. 64% were actually infected. Those numbers are very high, which means that if you have some kind of online presence, you will be targeted at some point. So that's very crucial to understand how we protect ourselves. In the end of 2022, LastPassword got breached, and 33 million consumer accounts got hacked. That means that everyone that had LastPassword account were in a risk to be hacked because those accounts may be cracked. They had to activate some way of extra protection, which is MFA. Interesting to know is that the way the attacker installed it, the attacker stole it, is by hacking into LastPassword DevOps engineer. He installed a keylogger, and that's how he listened to the events on the DevOps device, the DevOps engineer device, and he stole his password. I don't know if he had some kind of an MFA, so he was able to steal it too. If they were using WebAuthn fingerprint or security key, it would be prone to this type of attack. So it's not 100% guarantee that WebOSN will prevent everything, but it can prevent some of the most common attacks we have nowadays. The last example we have here is, the last number is 18. 18 years old hacker hacked into Uber corporate network. Okay? Once he hacked the network, he did it by MFA attack where, again, one of Uber engineers got a mass of notifications asking him to complete the multi-factor authentication process, which was obviously false. Then he pretended to be an Uber security team member, contacting the developer and asking him to verify that notification that he got. So once he entered, the whole corporate VPN was exposed, and he did whatever he did. When you're using WebOSN, those type of attacks are much harder to do, because when you authenticate, you only authenticate your local device. Okay, you will not authenticate a device somewhere else. So that's it. The key takeaways that I would like you to have is, first, to understand WebOSN flow. It is not that hard to do. It is not that hard to code, but it is necessary that you will understand the core concepts. Once you do that, I think that the coding part is easy, and that you understand that that gives a better protection layer to your infrastructure, to your users, to your employees, in whatever environment you are working at.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. You're in perfect time. So there is some questions.
Sure.
One question. Is there a recommended good Django package to use with WebAuthn? And something which can be used for REST or for standard view sometime?
Okay. So first, there is this package that I'm using. It is implemented by Duo. It is not a Python framework. There are some Django frameworks. One of them are even written by some of the audience in this crowd. But there are some of them. It is very dependent on your use case. Okay? Sometimes you would like to use that library to implement it by yourself. Sometimes you would like to plug it into a WebOSN package, like a ready-made WebOSN package. When we implemented it, I actually started by searching for a third party that will allow me to do that, like a hosted service. I couldn't find any. Maybe if I will do that kind of same research today, maybe I will find something. But again, depends on your use case. You have several choices that you can make.
Okay. The last question. Have you managed to run it in production yet? Any gotchas on rolling it out?
Can you repeat the second part of the question?
Have you managed to run it in production? Mm-hmm. And you gotchas on rolling it out? Any problems when you go to production?
Okay. So first, yes, we have a feature that allows Twingate users to run WebOSN in production. When they try to access their private network, they can add WebOSN as an extra layer of protection before they actually access that protected resource. Of course, we had issues when we implemented it. Nothing starts smooth. So it was a process that it took us some time to learn and understand. To understand what ceremony best fits our needs, what parameters we need to create when we create the registration or authentication options. And I think that's the major part when building WebOSN service, is to understand what options are best for your use case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Com'è che si pronuncia Fabio Rotondo?
Fabio Rotondo.
Grazie.
Prego.
Grazie. Adesso lo sbaglio. Un minutino.
Devo togliere questo?
No. Te come preferisci?
No, la 15.
No.
La maglietta è carina.
Eccoci. Allora, bentornati nella sala Lasagna. Fabio Rotondo ci farà vedere un po' di testing sugli endpoint con la sua talk REST Test, il coltellino svizzero per i test di endpoint REST in Python.
Grazie.
Per piacere un applauso. Ale.
Grazie. Bene, buongiorno a tutti. Prima di tutto una domanda vorrei farvi. Quanti di voi conoscono Postman? Ok, quindi lo usiamo praticamente tutti Postman. Allora, Postman è uno strumento eccezionale, potentissimo, però ha un grossissimo difetto dal mio punto di vista, che è un software con interfaccia grafica. L'interfaccia grafica richiede l'uso del mouse e l'uso del mouse richiede che uno debba perdere del tempo a fare configurazioni, utilizzi, eccetera, eccetera. Quanti di voi si sono mai ritrovati usando Postman che cambiavano, non so, da una form URL encoded a, non so, un JSON raw e devono riprendere tutti i parametri e ricopiarli nell'altro task, ok? Succede sempre. Allora, io Postman lo uso, diciamo, non dico tutti i giorni, ma quotidianamente quasi, perché è comunque uno strumento bellissimo, soprattutto quando si fa data scraping o cose del genere, è comodo provare gli endpoint tramite Postman. Però io mi sono anche trovato a dover, scrivendo del software, a dover anche testare tutti gli endpoint che andavo a scrivere nei miei programmi e quindi a cercare una soluzione che fosse più veloce, magari una cosa che potevo addirittura mettere prima della git commit che mi facesse partire tutti i test e mi controllasse che le cose funzionassero come dovevano. Non ho trovato nulla e allora 2 anni fa ho scritto REST Test. REST Test appunto è questo script in Python che adesso vi faccio vedere e ormai ha 2 anni di maturità. Alcuni dei miei clienti lo usano con anche, non so, 1800-2000 test automatici, quindi è un software ormai abbastanza robusto. Proprio per la PyCon ho rilasciato la versione 2.0 ieri sera, quindi potrebbe essere... Grazie. Quindi abbiate pietà perché se lo scaricate e poi qualcosa bomba è perché l'ho fatto ieri. Voi sapete, siete tutti stanchi dalla PyCon? Ok, ecco. Allora, io ho fatto del mio meglio, spero che non ci siano grossi errori. Se c'è qualcosa lo fixeremo assolutamente. Cioè, anche perché essendo uno strumento che uso io anch'io tutti i giorni, chiaramente deve funzionare. Allora, vediamo un attimo, prima di... come posso dirvi, andare nel profondo di REST Test perché è uno strumento veramente ricco di funzionalità, vi faccio vedere la versione più semplice, che è questa, proprio il primo esempio semplicissimo che si può fare con REST Test. Allora, REST Test è un tool che prende in input un file JSON. Il file JSON dice allo strumento come fare le query. Questo è un esempio che potete vedere dove sulla sinistra c'è tutto il JSON che dovete scrivere, quindi proprio 5 righe. La cosa importante è che nel blocco Actions c'è una lista e dentro al blocco Actions ogni azione che andiamo a descrivere è un'operazione che eseguirà REST Test. In questo caso è una get sulla URL /users non autenticata, quindi con out false. L'endpoint che ho usato per fare questa prova è il JSON placeholder typecode, che non so se lo conoscete, è un sito internet dove si possono fare delle prove proprio di andare a fare del fetching dei dati o robe del genere. Ha un sacco di dati finti praticamente. Questo è l'esempio più piccolo che potete scrivere in REST Test, è l'hello world di REST Test. Meno di queste 7 righe non potete scrivere. Quando poi voi lanciate questo REST con questo JSON, ottenete questo output. Allora, la riga in cima è quella con cui ho chiamato REST. Praticamente l'unico parametro che gli sto passando è baseURL, perché chiaramente nel file JSON che abbiamo dato non c'era scritto dove andare a prendere le informazioni, quindi gli passo il baseURL. E poi, vabbè, il nome del file JSON, che in questo caso era smallest JSON, ok? L'output che ottenete è sempre quello che vedete qui. I 6 punti che ho evidenziato sono le cose che REST vi dà in output tutte le volte che fate una richiesta. Quindi il metodo che ha usato, quindi era una get, la URL che ha utilizzato, cioè l'endpoint, /users. Tra le parentesi graffe avete i parametri che sono stati passati alla call, in questo momento non ce n'era neanche uno, quindi è un dizionario vuoto. Ed è un dizionario Python. Out false perché non era autenticato. Il server ha risposto con uno status code di 200 e poi c'è anche il tempo in millisecondi. Il tempo in millisecondi è stata una delle cose che mi sono state richieste negli anni, nei 2 anni di REST da un cliente, perché voleva sapere quanto performasse bene o male il proprio endpoint. Quindi alcune cose le ho aggiunte poi strada facendo, non erano cose che servivano a me, ma servivano ad altri, e quindi chiaramente se sono cose intelligenti le ho messe dentro. In fondo avete il report di REST che vi dice che ha avuto 0 errori su una richiesta, perché c'era una sola, e in totale ci ha messo 0,08 secondi. Questo qui è il più piccolo di tutti. Ora, vediamo le feature di REST, diciamo proprio così velocemente. Innanzitutto supporta chiaramente tutti i metodi get, post, delete, put, patch, quelli che vi servono, insomma. Potete definire voi come REST si deve autenticare con la vostra applicazione, perché sapete che alcuni usano i cookie, altri usano, non so, un bearer con un JVT, cose del genere. Potete scrivervelo voi, poi vi faccio vedere dopo come si fa. Poi il timing delle richieste che è stato aggiunto è super preciso, perché tiene conto anche della latenza della rete. Quindi avete veramente in millisecondi quanto tempo ci ha messo l'endpoint dall'altra parte a rispondere. Poi abbiamo un supporto completo per l'UTF-8, esporto in vari formati, soprattutto a me piace il curl, perché così magari una singola chiamata che non riesco a debuggare me la prendo, me la copio in una shell e la lancio a mano praticamente. Postman, per quelli che comunque avete i clienti che vi dicono ah ok, ma me lo dai in Postman, che io REST non ce l'ho. Perfetto, esporto in Postman, non c'è problema. Oppure i dati di timing e delle richieste, tutto quello che succede può essere esportato in CSV, e vedremo anche questo fra un attimo. Questo è utilissimo per avere un report finale di tutto quello che avete fatto. Supporta i cookie, supporta gli header custom fatti da voi, supporta l'upload di file. Una cosa molto carina, potete salvare lo stato di REST tra una sessione e l'altra, quindi lo lanciate, salvate questo file che è un JSON anche quello, con dentro le variabili d'ambiente che sono state create, rilanciate REST ripassandogli quel file e lui riparte da dove l'avevate lasciato praticamente. E poi ha una sintassi molto particolare per estrarre i dati da quello che arriva come risultato delle richieste. È una sintassi che somiglia al CSS query, ve lo faccio vedere velocemente, quello cioè non ci sta in 30 minuti, quindi eventualmente poi andate a vedere la documentazione. Allora, adesso partiamo con una cosa importante che è l'oggetto system. L'oggetto system è un oggetto speciale perché ci permette di configurare come funziona REST. REST può essere configurato o dalla riga di comando oppure dall'oggetto system, che è sempre dentro al JSON che voi andate a creare. L'oggetto system cioè nel senso, i dati che voi mettete nell'oggetto system possono essere sovrascritti dai parametri che passate in linea di comando. Quindi diciamo il system è un default di quello che fate. Molto comodo quando state sempre testando sullo stesso server, e quindi mettete i dati lì e lanciate REST scrivendo soltanto REST, appunto, no? Una cosa importante, poi vedremo che REST permette di importare più file JSON un po' alla volta, cioè in una sola sessione, e tutti i file JSON potrebbero avere un oggetto system, ma soltanto il primo oggetto system viene letto, gli altri sono ignorati. Ok, quindi l'esempio dell'oggetto system è questo. Vi ricordate il baseURL che avevamo scritto meno baseURL? Qui l'ho messo dentro come parametro, quindi posso lanciare REST senza più passargli baseURL. Poi ho anche il file di log, quindi gli ho messo anche che voglio che si chiami così il file di log. Lo stop on error, che è il default di rest test, è proprio quello che si fermi quando c'è un errore, però potete mettere stop on error false e lui va avanti dritto e poi vi segna quanti errori avete trovato. E poi un global headers. Qui vi faccio vedere che i global headers, che vi dicevo che potete crearveli voi, ho fatto un Xfabio, è un dizionario anche questo, chiave valore. Cioè, voi pensate che comunque rest test, essendo uno strumento Python, sfrutta dove può la filosofia di Python, quindi ho cercato di prendere le classi base, liste e dizionarli e trasformarli in strumenti che noi possiamo usare per fare le nostre query sugli endpoint. Questo è l'esempio del file completo, chiaramente la parte di action dove c'era la get di URLs l'ho tolta perché non ci stava, se no diventava troppo piccolo da leggere, però vedete che in cima voi mettete il vostro oggetto system con la configurazione e siete a posto. Ok, adesso vediamo la parte più importante di rest test, la parte più forte, che è la action di richiesta. Vediamo tutte le cose che potete fare. Allora, in realtà in una richiesta, abbiamo visto in quella base, sono 3 i campi importanti. Il metodo, cioè quindi get, put, post, eccetera, eccetera, la URL dove andare a farlo e se è una richiesta autenticata oppure no. Questo è obbligatorio sempre l'autenticato, perché io di default, per comodità mia, mi sono messo che tutte le richieste sono autenticate. Quindi se voi non passate out false quando non lo è, rest test vi dà un errore di partenza. Però visto che c'era da scegliere se la richiesta era autenticata oppure no, e normalmente dopo l'autenticazione tutte le richieste sono autenticate, io ho messo authentication, cioè l'authentication a true di default. Tutte le altre, vedete che per esempio le richieste possono avere un titolo, un title, che poi vi esce nel log, quindi sto per fare questa cosa e ve lo scrive. Il rem è per scrivere dei commenti. I params sono i parametri che noi passiamo alla richiesta. Se una richiesta è tipo get, finiscono nella URL col punto di domanda i parametri. Se è di tipo post o put o patch, eccetera, eccetera, finiscono nel body. Se è una richiesta non JSON ma di tipo URL encoded, finisce nel form data. Tutto in automatico. Il status è perché se noi ci aspettiamo che la richiesta fallisca con un 403, un 401 per esempio, possiamo specificarlo in rest test. Quindi la richiesta fallirebbe, ma rest test dice il 401 me lo aspettavo, quindi va tutto bene. Poi c'è ignore errors, solo per la singola richiesta io posso dire guarda, anche se questa qui non funziona, vai avanti praticamente, perché a volte succede che dobbiamo testare anche queste cose. La repeat, che è potentissima, la repeat mi permette di ripetere appunto una richiesta o un blocco di richieste più volte. Questo per esempio vi è mai capitato di dover creare 150 utenti finti per una roba, no? Cioè in Postman quella roba lì non è semplicissima. Il rest test voi dite repeat 100 e la repeat vi dà anche un contatore interno nel dizionario e quindi voi potete fare user 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in un attimo. Poi c'è la sezione test che andremo a vedere perché si chiama rest test, sarà il caso che i test li faccia, ok? La sezione fields, che è un'altra sezione molto importante che vediamo fra un attimo, e poi chiaramente i cookie e gli header, come posso dire, i cookie e gli header custom che potete mandare per la singola richiesta. Quindi, diciamo che una singola, nella sezione actions, una singola azione di rest test è composta da o una richiesta get post put eccetera, oppure un comando interno che andremo a vedere fra poco. Poi abbiamo i test e i campi. Quindi partiamo dai test. Allora il test, non so se si legge, è sempre una sezione dentro alla richiesta, si chiama test ed è una lista. Dentro la lista noi possiamo mettere uno o più test che vogliamo fare. Il test è composto principalmente dal campo field, che è il nome del campo nella risposta che vogliamo andare a verificare, per esempio l'id utente che sia diverso da 0, per esempio, il valore con il quale noi vogliamo effettuare il test e poi, se volete, anche la modalità. Ci sono dentro al rest test ci sono una ventina di modalità, sono documentate sul sito di GitHub, non so, c'è il maggiore D, minore D, esiste, non esiste, l'hai creato, non c'è, eccetera, eccetera. Il default è equal, quindi io non l'ho passato per esempio al primo test perché stavo testando che l'id fosse uguale a 1 e quindi qui vedete un pezzo della ricerca, cioè della query sul dato, perché JSON placeholder restituisce una lista di utenti che è una lista con dentro, non so, id, name, last name, eccetera, eccetera, no? Quindi io ho preso aperta quadra 0.id, vuol dire prendi il primo elemento della lista, lo 0° elemento della lista, .id, cioè l'id di quel campo, e verifica che sia 1, ed è una cosa abbastanza banale. Il secondo utente, ho controllato il suo username e ho verificato che fosse Antoinette, che era appunto il dato che mi dà indietro JSON placeholder. Ok, quindi questo è sempre il codice completo, abbiamo la action in cima, abbiamo la users e poi la sezione test, per farvi vedere tutto completamente come si realizza. Quando io, scusate, vi faccio vedere una piccola cosa che non vi ho detto, i title, vedete che c'è checking for id uguale a 1 e checking for right name on second user. Quando io poi lancio rest test, i title mi appaiono lì, quindi io vedo bene quello che sta facendo in quel momento. E sotto vedete che i test sono passati da 1 a 3, perché anche gli altri 2 vengono contati come test. Quindi abbiamo 3 test in 0.99 secondi. Ok, adesso il campo fields. Allora, quando voi fate una richiesta, vi torna indietro dei dati in un oggetto, che di solito è un oggetto JSON. Magari voi volete salvarvi alcune di queste informazioni per utilizzarli poi successivamente in altre richieste. Banalmente il JSON token. Il JSON token, fate un login, vi dà indietro il token e poi non sapete, cioè dovete memorizzarlo da qualche parte. E questo è il compito di Fields. Fields è una struttura di liste, quindi è una lista che contiene all'interno altre liste, dove c'è il nome del campo originale della request, del result, scusate, del risultato, e il nome che vogliamo dare noi alla nostra variabile interna del dizionario Python. Quindi non si vede pochissimo, scusate. Vedete che per esempio lo 0.id nel campo fields io l'ho salvato poi come id first user e quindi io poi lo potrò utilizzare con la sintassi quella da dizionario di Python, ve lo ricordate, quella % aperta tonda id first user chiusa tonda s o d per intenderci, che era l'unica che veniva bene e comoda nei template, insomma, però la possiamo usare normalmente. Poi vi farò vedere degli esempi. Ok, altra cosa, come vi dicevo, è che posso includere più file all'interno di rest test, no? Quindi, come si fa? Si usa una action anziché un metodo, quindi vi ricordate che i metodi sono get, post, put. Se non metto quello, però metto action include, posso specificare dei file da includere. Il path in questo momento è relativo al file che è stato lanciato, ma potete mettere i 2 punti, barra, quello che volete, perché rest test sa sempre dove si trova il file che sta eseguendo e quindi possono essere relativi al file che sta eseguendo. L'execa true vuol dire eseguimi questo file mentre lo carichi. E poi abbiamo un'altra funzione molto, molto carina che è la batch definition. La batch definition mi permette di definire uno o più comandi di rest test che io voglio usare più volte nel mio script, quindi è inutile continuare a copiare tutta la roba che è sempre lunga, no? Allora definiamo un batch. Il batch si definisce con batch set, per esempio questo qua si chiama switch admin e a seconda di che utente stava girando in quel momento, comunque dopo questo switch l'utente sarà sicuramente l'utente admin perché gli ho copiato il token. E questo è il token per l'autenticazione che stavo usando io, però è per farvi capire. E come si esegue? Si esegue semplicemente chiamando la batch exec e il nome dello switch, cioè del batch che avevo dato prima. Ok, vediamo una demo reale, perché ormai ci siamo, cioè avete visto tutte queste cose. Allora, adesso sarà un po' un casino perché io vedo uno schermo diverso, però ci proviamo. Allora, questo è quello che sto per lanciare. Lancerò rest test dandogli come parametri log, ramdiskacademy.log. L'Academy è un software che sto scrivendo io, un clone di Udemy per capirci. Questo qui è la parte server, l'Academy. Poi esporto il CSV in ramdisk times CSV e poi prendo il mio file che si chiama all.json. Ora, prima di lanciarlo, vediamo se riesco a farvelo vedere. Eccolo. Va bene, perfetto. Ok, allora, questo qui è il file all, si vede abbastanza, no? Cioè, sì. Il file all.json. Allora, vedete per esempio che io in cima ho il mio system che mi dice dove dovrò andare a prendere le cose. Lo faccio in localhost perché non sapevo se funzionava bene qui la connessione, a volte. E poi abbiamo un metodo di post dove faccio il login. Chiaramente le password ciao 1, 2, 3 le ho messe per l'esempio, poi le cambio. Ok. Anche, le cap lasciamo perdere, copio poi l'access token che mi viene tornato nel campo token, perché vedete che in cima io ho messo che l'authorization template è Biren per 100S token, no? E quindi lo faccio così. Poi prendo un po' di informazioni dell'utente e poi qua inizia una serie di include, quindi a livello proprio logico io, non so, gli studenti li ho messi in un file, le categorie in un altro, i corsi in un altro, così ci sono dei corsi finti che vengono poi caricati i dati direttamente, quindi vedete è una bella cosa, cioè bella lunga, ok. Adesso proviamo a lanciarlo. Allora, vediamo un attimo se ho qui, scusate, dovrebbe essere qua. Sì, perfetto. Allora, vi sposto questo. Si vede poco, adesso ci provo a zoomare un po', vediamo. Ok, adesso lancio ho fatto uno script, ve lo faccio vedere, che si chiama launch rest test, perché io ho le dita che faccio un sacco di schifezze, cioè, quindi faccio prima avere... Vedete che la riga è proprio quella che vi dicevo, con rest test, RAM disk, eccetera, eccetera. Va bene, lanciamo questa riga. Quindi, occhio che ci mette poco, eh. Ok, stanno partendo. Quelle che vedete lenti è perché è finito. Ha fatto 176 test in 3.7 secondi, praticamente. Le richieste che vedevate lente erano quelle dove faceva il post delle immagini, perché le immagini comunque ci mette più tempo. Vedete che bello che è l'output, cioè abbiamo il metodo, l'endpoint, i parametri, vedete qui quanti %S ci sono, per capirci, no? Ce ne sono proprio tanti. E adesso andiamo a vedere il file di log. Perfetto, andiamo a vedere il file di log, perché il file di log è quello che uso di più io in realtà. Cioè, io uso rest test assolutamente, però poi il file di log che è potente secondo me. Adesso andiamo a prenderlo, vediamo un po'. RAM disk, come l'ho chiamato? Academy log. Perfetto. Ecco, guardate come è fatto. Praticamente abbiamo sopra la richiesta che è stata fatta con i parametri che sono stati passati come dizionario, il content type, tutto quello che volete. Il raw response è quello che ci ha tornato il server, questo punto qua. E poi sotto, bello bello, abbiamo anche la curl. Quindi se ci serve rilanciare soltanto quello, fai il copia di quello, te lo metti in una shell e lo lanci. E chiaramente questa non ce l'aveva ancora, ma dalla seconda in poi le chiamate sono autenticate, quindi vi ritrovate anche il bearer direttamente e quindi le potete fare. Ultima cosa che volevo farvi vedere, però ve la faccio vedere dalle slide, è il file CSV, perché non trovo più il mouse. Ok, allora, sono tornato qui, perfetto. Allora, qui era l'output che abbiamo appena fatto con i tempi, quello che avevo fatto vedere prima. Il file CSV che è pieno di informazioni, cioè ci sono tutti i dati che ha passato, i parametri che ha passato, data inizio, data fine, la data anche diciamo in ore, minuti, secondi, lo status code, la durata in millisecondi e in secondi. E poi niente, questo è il log, ve l'ho già fatto vedere. Perfetto, ho finito. Grazie.
Grazie per... Ok, grazie per la talk.
Grazie.
Abbiamo una domanda dal pubblico su Slido, dal postino, si chiama così. Quali sono i vantaggi più immediati rispetto ad utilizzare curl nudo e crudo?
Ok, il vantaggio principale è che scrivi molto meno roba. Cioè curl è bello, è bellissimo, come vi ho fatto vedere è uno strumento che uso in continuazione anch'io, però scrivere le curl è lungo, è tedioso anche, soprattutto quando hai le post da una parte, le get dall'altra, devi scrivere tutto a mano. Invece in rest test te le puoi far generare praticamente, quindi è comodo per quello. Però sono strumenti identici, anzi curl fa alcune cose che il mio non fa.
Allora, il parametro out di default è su true. È possibile sovrascriverlo nel file globale?
Sì, lo puoi passare tra nel system, c'è una cosa che puoi metterlo come false. Però poi stai attento che se fai un sacco di richieste di continuare a scrivere out true in tutte le richieste.
Grazie Fabio. Io ti volevo chiedere, nell'esempio nel file all.json c'erano una lunga lista di inclusioni.
Sì.
È possibile anche specificare una cartella magari e lanciare tutti i JSON all'interno di quella cartella.
Questa cosa ancora non c'è, però è buona come idea. Per ora, guarda, io di solito quando faccio queste cose, a parte il fatto che in realtà non succede mai, cioè in real life cosa succede? Succede che tu scrivi un endpoint o scrivi un tot di endpoint, fai il server o robe del genere e quindi scrivi i test e quindi ci metti un attimo ad andare a scrivere quelle 3 righe anche dentro, però e poi magari ti serve lanciarle in un ordine ben specifico, quindi non è detto però si può fare, cioè lo aggiungiamo, non c'è problema.
Ci sono altre domande su Slido? È possibile testare la response con regular expressions?
Che cosa? La raw response? Cioè questo non è chiara la domanda. Allora, no, allora tu puoi testare tutto quello che ti viene il body di una response, se è tipo un JSON, ti viene già parsato da REST, quindi ti arriva già il JSON, quindi non hai più un file, cioè un testo lungo, hai proprio già i campi separati. Una cosa che posso fare è aggiungere una condizione di regex tra quelle per controllare le cose. Questo non c'è, si può mettere, sì. Devo segnarle queste cose, sono già 2 input interessanti.
Un esempio di un test che va in errore si riesce a vedere? Grazie.
Sì, se riuscissi a vedere il monitor. Quindi se volete, chi me l'ha chiesto lo vediamo fuori, non c'è problema.
Ottimo. Integrerà il JSON Open API? Non c'è il punto di domanda, ma credo sia una domanda.
Allora, non lo so, mi hanno già chiesto anche il GraphQL. Non lo so, cioè vi dico, GraphQL già si può utilizzare, facendo un po' di schifezzine si può già usare con REST praticamente, però volevo mantenere uno strumento che fosse, che facesse solo una cosa, cioè fatta bene ma solo quella. Adesso vediamo, insomma, quello è un forse, le altre 2 cose è un sì, questo è un forse. Okay.
Abbiamo ancora 5 minuti, se qualcuno ha altre domande. Eccolo qua.
Grazie Fabio per la dimostrazione. Ti volevo chiedere, è possibile magari utilizzare o implementare un costrutto if-else in modo tale da disegnare un flusso in funzione di quello che è la risposta?
Non è un flusso if-else perché è difficile da implementare in un flusso JSON, però c'è non è ancora nel 2.0, cioè è nella fase, lo sto implementando,
3.0.
che praticamente controlla una variabile, se c'è ti esegue tutto quel blocchettino, se non c'è ti salta soltanto quel blocchettino, tipo non so, auto true, allora eseguo questo, se non sono autenticato passa quello dopo. Okay. Una cosa che non vi ho fatto vedere è che voi dentro a una action potete mettere una lista di action, quindi voi potete fare delle richieste innestate, quindi questa cosa la risolvi comodamente proprio. Ah, una cosa per favore, fate la scansione del QR code e andate su GitHub a mettere la stellina, perché sono 2 anni e ho una stellina sola, cioè voglio dire, se crescesse.
Ed è un tool meraviglioso, cioè,
no, infatti,
è una figata.
Infatti. Grazie.
Ciao Fabio, per quando fai le chiamate multiple, limite parametro, è possibile avere anche una rampa di quanto vengono fatte le chiamate? Una rampa per dirgli fanne 10 adesso, fanne 20 dopo un tot di tempo?
No. Questo qui ancora non c'è, però è una buona idea, quindi ci penso.
Grazie.
Cavoli, sì. Vabbè, fra poco 2.1, dai.
Ciao Fabio, io volevo chiederti, avevi accennato che si poteva integrare anche nelle pipeline nelle CI/CD, ok. Come, cioè, qualche esempio, nel senso, lettura variabili di Git...
Allora, no, non ho nessun esempio. Tu fai il conto che REST funziona come un qualsiasi comando da riga di comando bash, no? Quindi ti dà indietro 0 quando va tutto bene e un numero diverso se c'è stato qualche errore. Inoltre poi nei file di log puoi andare a prendere determinate informazioni, cioè è un po' complesso, però si può mettere. Io ti dico, personalmente non ho mai integrato REST all'interno di una CI/CD perché non ha un grande senso, cioè io la lancio magari prima di testare, e testo tutto quello che prima di committare, perché se c'è qualche problema me ne accorgo subito e metto a posto il server prima di committare. Bravo. Ah, e un'altra cosa, adesso non ve l'ho fatto vedere, ma io ho un sistema che tutte le volte che lo lancio mi parte con un database completamente vuoto, così posso continuare a fare i miei test, cioè faccio una modifica, salvo il database di nuovo vuoto, lancio REST test, faccio una modifica, salvo il database vuoto, REST test, così il flusso è molto veloce praticamente.
Eccolo, la versione 2 c'è su GitHub?
Sì, È quella attuale.
Mi dà 1,92 mi dà come ultimo.
Allora magari mi sono dimenticato di aggiornare il readme, però è la 2, l'ho committata ieri, sì, sì. Comunque poi verifico.
Grazie della presentazione. Sviluppando un backend in REST API, come me lo posso integrare nel progetto come test? Cioè lo devo mettere separato?
Allora io faccio sempre così, come la cartella che hai visto che ho lanciato da Shell, che si chiamava Demo Data, è la cartella dove io tengo tutti i test che sto facendo per il mio server REST. Di solito faccio così. Lo faccio anche in un altro modo. Se hai tempo un secondo fuori ti faccio vedere poi come lo faccio.
Un minuto.
Ciao Fabio. È possibile parallelizzare più chiamate?
No. Allora, ma è evoluto. Cioè, nel senso, non è uno strumento tipo per fare, non so, stress test del server o cose del genere, è soltanto per testare le chiamate e parallelizzandole potresti rischiare che magari un determinato valore di una chiamata arrivi dopo e invece ne stai già eseguendo un'altra. Quindi non l'ho parallelizzato per quello.
Grazie mille Fabio.
Ok, grazie a voi, grazie.
10 per ritardo. Ok.
Io ora però uso questo perché se no lui... Questo è pulito.
Sì, sì.
Senza... no.
Ora Jacopo Spalletti ci illustrerà come domare il pony. Rispondere alla domanda: configurare Django è difficile? Grazie Jacopo.
Grazie a te. Ciao a tutti, sono Jacopo Spalletti, lavoro con Python da ormai 15 anni e soprattutto nello sviluppo di applicazioni web. Partecipo volentieri alla comunità Python, quindi non solo a PyCon IT, ma a tutte le altre attività della comunità Python, soprattutto italiana, e sono anche maintainer e contributore di diverse applicazioni open source, principalmente per Django. Ma la domanda a cui voglio rispondere ovviamente è enorme in realtà, perché tutte le sfaccettature dei settings di Django comunque è un territorio piuttosto complesso, talmente grande che oggi non ci proverò neppure. Proverò a darvi un po' di spunti, un po' di lezioni che ho prese nel corso, diciamo così, della mia esperienza, oltre a un'anticipazione di un tema su cui sto comunque lavorando per cercare, diciamo così, di semplificare alcune casistiche. Il punto principale è che noi, quando creiamo un progetto Django, ci troviamo un insieme di file vuoti, completamente il progetto parte, a meno che non usi template specifici, parte vuoto, senza nulla, e quindi cosa facciamo adesso? Magari vogliamo aggiungere un pacchetto, è molto semplice, pip install Django foo e abbiamo il pacchetto. Quindi, bene, talk finito, grazie, arrivederci, e please like e subscribe, andate pure al prossimo talk. In realtà, magari fosse così facile. Una volta installato il pacchetto, dobbiamo comunque configurarlo per renderlo accessibile a Django. E non basta spesso modificare soltanto installed apps e possiamo andare a usare il pacchetto. E allora tocca prendere una strada lunga, o forse anche no, proveremo a cercare una scorciatoia. Ma prima, cosa sono davvero i settings di Django? Nella forma base sono un semplice file Python chiamato settings.py, composti da un insieme di variabili con delle assegnazioni, tipicamente con tipi primitivi come questi, booleani, stringhe, liste, eccetera, eccetera. Anche se nulla vieta di eseguire delle funzioni. Ad esempio possiamo usare OS Environ per prendere delle variabili d'ambiente e valorizzare alcuni di questi valori, piuttosto che eseguire funzioni anche di pacchetti esterni come Django Database URL per costruire i settings un po' più complessi. Però sui settings bisogna stare attenti perché non si può usare tutte le possibili funzioni. Una cosa come questa nei settings non potremmo farla, non possiamo usare l'ORM all'interno dei settings, o in generale non solo l'ORM ma anche praticamente tutte le funzioni che poi vanno proprie di Django. Questo perché i settings vengono inizializzati quando il progetto Django parte, in particolare quando vengono inizializzati dalla funzione Django Setup, che tramite lazy settings, che fa parte di quella categoria degli oggetti lazy che Django fornisce come request user, che vengono, diciamo così, che wrappano l'oggetto vero di cui che andremo a usare e che lo inizializzano soltanto nel momento in cui andiamo davvero ad usarlo. In questa fase qui, finché non andiamo a fare settings punto qualcosa, questo lazy settings è sostanzialmente vuoto, i nostri settings non sono davvero inizializzati. L'inizializzazione, scusate, prevede di andare a prendere i settings del progetto, quindi quello che c'è in settings.py, unirlo a quello che c'è nei settings globali e quindi fornire in memoria la configurazione finale del nostro progetto Django. Quindi finché non siamo arrivati fin qui, il progetto Django non è inizializzato e tante delle funzioni di Django non possono essere usate. Come piccolo inciso, questo qui è uno snippet di codice che può essere usato in qualunque script Python, in buona sostanza, per inizializzare un progetto Django anche al di fuori dell'esecuzione di Django. Quindi Django fornisce il command, per esempio, per eseguire cose a riga di comando, ma in alcune situazioni magari non abbiamo un vero e proprio progetto Django, ci interessano magari soltanto alcune funzioni. Usando questo snippet noi ci troviamo un Django configurato e quindi, che ne so, potremmo usare l'ORM dentro il progetto Flask, dico per dire una boiata ovviamente. Tornando al topic principale, la struttura classica monolitica dei file Python diciamo così, è molto semplice da usare, però per esempio presenta dei problemi. Come andiamo a gestire i secret che ci troviamo a scrivere nei file? Come andiamo a configurare settings diversi per ambienti diversi? Questo il Django di default non ce lo dà e quindi possiamo esplorare un po' di alternative. La prima, più classica per certi versi, visto che abbiamo un modulo Python, possiamo in realtà trasformarlo in un package. Quindi abbiamo una directory settings con un dunderin.py e dentro abbiamo in realtà tanti file Python. E ad esempio possiamo avere un file di default come questo e poi all'interno di un file live.py ci andiamo a importare i default e andiamo a fare l'override di quello che ci può interessare. E poi andiamo a eseguire o indicando esplicitamente il file o modificando la variabile d'ambiente Django settings module qual è il file di settings vero da cui partire, in buona sostanza, perché poi in realtà questo file andrà a importare i default e via via. Questo ovviamente è molto semplice, è il grado zero, diciamo così, della personalizzazione dei settings di Django e permette una customizzazione completa di quello che può fare l'ambiente, perché qua dentro, scusate, Qua dentro possiamo metterci tutto quello che vogliamo. Però ovviamente non va a risolvere alcuni dei problemi che volevamo risolvere. Bisogna comunque indicare esplicitamente il file di settings da cui partire, il settings.live come avevamo prima, e comunque abbiamo sempre i secret hardcoded nel codice. Come strada alternativa possiamo usare le variabili d'ambiente. In questo caso andiamo a basso livello, per così dire, usando OS Environ, e andiamo a popolare, quindi in produzione questo avremo debug false, in sviluppo impostiamo una variabile d'ambiente a true e avremo il debug a true. Il vantaggio è che appunto i settings sono al sicuro, in qualche modo, se li sappiamo gestire in modo sicuro ovviamente, ma lato Django abbiamo una gestione sicuramente più sicura, quindi rispetta il principio dei 12 fattori. In generale il setting è responsabile, può controllare cos'è che il singolo ambiente può andare a personalizzare, perché se non è prevista una variabile d'ambiente ovviamente l'ambiente non può fare nulla di diverso, e ha un'integrazione abbastanza naturale con sistemi di deployment come Docker e tutto quello che è basato su Docker, Platform as a Service, eccetera, eccetera, e poi non ci troviamo il file system inquinato da decine magari di file, e quindi sicuramente un approccio più pulito. Però anche degli svantaggi. Non tutti i settings di Django sono facilmente esprimibili come variabili d'ambiente, almeno diciamo così, usando soltanto OS Environ, per cui i settings, che ne so, dovremmo magari avere database host, database name, eccetera, 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 quindi avere tante variabili d'ambiente. Per il rovescio della medaglia è che il file di settings può controllare cosa l'ambiente può definire, e che non possiamo, magari, a volte abbiamo bisogno magari di definire delle variabili o dei comportamenti specifici per l'ambiente, e quindi inseriamo if OS Environ vatte la pesca, allora facciamo cose, e quindi questo ovviamente va a sporcare il codice. Possiamo quindi pensare di unire i due approcci. Abbiamo un default in cui usiamo le variabili d'ambiente per tutta una serie di cose, e poi qui nel file live.py dell'ambiente del primo esempio andiamo a definire dei settings delle variabili. È comunque una soluzione ibrida, con i vantaggi e gli svantaggi di avere soluzioni ibride. Un approccio un po' più evoluto, che però di nuovo non risolve tutti i problemi, è usare applicazioni esterne tipo Django Environ, che darei un po' come il default o lo standard per andare a usare davvero variabili d'ambiente nei settings di Django, perché comunque sia ci permette di accedere a variabili d'ambiente, ma ne gestisce anche il tipo, o almeno alcuni dei tipi delle variabili d'ambiente, per cui ci converte un qualunque valore truthy o falsy in un booleano per il debug, piuttosto che una lista vera anziché fare lo split come avevamo nell'esempio precedente, o oggetti più complessi come appunto la configurazione di database o caches, o tipi che in realtà non esistono, insomma non si usano nei setting standard, come ad esempio il JSON. Uno può leggere, può trasformare una stringa in un oggetto, in un dizionario Python, interpretandolo come JSON, e quindi per configurazioni più complesse può risultare sicuramente utile, e questo in parte ci va anche a permettere di definire cose particolari specifici per i vari ambienti. Un approccio che risolve in realtà un altro problema, cioè ovvero quello di avere configurazioni per ambienti, ma non necessariamente usando variabili d'ambiente, e invece Django Configurations, che sposta la definizione degli ambienti da singoli file in delle classi definite anche nel settings.py normale, e in qualche modo quindi ripulisce il file system e anche l'approccio, perché comunque sia, avendo una struttura a oggetti, noi possiamo definire una classe base con dei settings di default, e poi in base all'environment andare a ridefinire quello che vogliamo. Usando una variabile d'ambiente custom andremo poi ad eseguire il setting che ci interessa. Ovviamente questo esempio dev e live sono puramente casuali. Quindi, ritornando al nostro problema iniziale, cosa succede quando faccio pip install? Ovviamente assolutamente niente, cioè se installiamo il nostro pacchetto, però per Django quel pacchetto è come se non esistesse, perché non fa nessun autodiscovery, si basa esclusivamente sui settings per definire il suo comportamento. E quindi comunque ogni volta che installiamo un pacchetto abbiamo la solita tiritera di modificare i settings, modificare l'URConf, eccetera, eccetera. Ci piace? Personalmente no. Io sarà che mi trovo spesso a usare applicazioni esterne e fare sempre questo passaggio è piuttosto lungo e farraginoso, soprattutto anche quando internamente magari, anziché avere un progetto monolitico che ha tutto quanto il codice, abbiamo una serie di librerie, di applicazioni Python che andiamo a riutilizzare nei vari progetti. Ma a sua volta l'uso dei settings delle applicazioni riusabili pone dei problemi, ecco, mettiamolo in questo modo, e quindi ci sono tanti modi di definire i settings, o meglio di usare i settings all'interno di applicazioni riusabili. Il modo, più normale, ovviamente, è usare i settings di Django. Io qui ora non è mostrato nel codice, ma sto importando i settings di Django, accedo a un setting a caso, eventualmente con un default, e lo uso, basta. Allo svantaggio, pro che ovviamente non dobbiamo fare nulla, stiamo usando i settings di Django, quindi è tutto molto semplice. Abbiamo una cosa a cui in generale tengo molto, abbiamo comunque la possibilità di fare l'override o il mock dei settings nei test. È una funzionalità di Django che usando i settings di Django viene assolutamente normale, però ovviamente non possiamo garantire a livello magari di pratiche di team interno, sì, uno potrebbe anche decidere che riesce a garantire l'esistenza di quel particolare settings in quel particolare progetto, ma in generale questo non è vero, tantomeno quando magari l'applicazione viene rilasciata su PyPI, e quindi in realtà anziché una sintassi molto semplice come questa, deve essere sostituita da una serie di getAttr con la gestione dei default, eccetera, eccetera. Sicuramente il codice risultante è un po' brutto, ecco, anche meno leggibile. Quindi un primo passaggio che uno può pensare di fare, ok, io mi prendo tutti i miei settings che uso nella mia applicazione, mi creo un file di settings all'interno della mia applicazione, importo i settings di Django e mi vado a leggere, concentro tutti i getAttr in buona sostanza in questo file settings.py. Quindi poi nel codice applicativo, mi importo i settings della mia applicazione, non più quelli di Django, e posso accedere al setting di cui avevo bisogno, garantendo che comunque sia quel setting esiste e sia valorizzato con un qualche default più o meno utile e interessante. Il vantaggio è che è molto utile, l'implementazione è banale, è semplice da documentare, è semplice da usare per chiunque si approcci al progetto. Però i settings in questo caso sono valutati al momento dell'import, quindi il mock o override settings o con la fixture settings di PyTest Django, il mocking in generale settings per esempio non funziona perché il modulo è già stato importato e quindi nei test mi trovo a fare un po' di pastrocchi per poter essere sicuro di qual è il valore vero dei settings se vado a modificarlo tra un test e l'altro. Allora abbiamo il problema della valutazione import time, wrappiamo tutto in una funzione getSettings dove avrò tutti i vari getAttr e posso accedere ai setting chiamando una funzione anziché una classe. Perfetto, abbiamo una valutazione a runtime dei getAttr, in buona sostanza, sto semplificando. Abbiamo anche la possibilità di avere della logica aggiuntiva. Se il valore di questo settings è questo, restituisco quest'altro, o cose del genere, insomma, e quindi ho più flessibilità nella gestione dei settings dell'applicazione. Però comunque è uno strato di astrazione sopra i settings di Django e in generale vado a chiamare una funzione anziché accedere a un attributo, quindi potrebbe essere meno efficiente, anche se non è quello che poi rallenta un progetto Django, ovviamente. Un approccio un po' più strutturato a tutto questo è usare un'applicazione come Django AppConf, che dalla funzione passa a definire una classe questa qui. Io nel mio settings.py estendo la classe base di Django AppConf, mi definisco tutti quanti i miei settings e poi nella view importo l'istanza della classe e accedo al setting. Questo fondamentalmente mi dà tutti i vantaggi dei Django comunque dell'accesso a un attributo, parlo in termini diciamo così di developer experience, perché non mi devo ricordare la funzione, importo i settings e accedo all'attributo e via. Abbiamo un accesso ai settings comunque valutato a runtime, quindi posso fare un mocking sensato nei test e mi mette a disposizione la possibilità comunque di strutturare una logica nella gestione dei settings incapsulata e più strutturata di come magari potrei fare in un'applicazione custom, però è una dipendenza aggiuntiva e comunque un livello di astrazione aggiuntivo. Detto tutto questo, questi sono alcuni degli approcci che possiamo avere ai settings di Django di un'applicazione riusabile, però vogliamo dire, la domanda iniziale era come posso diciamo così, installare semplicemente un'applicazione in un progetto Django. Possiamo automatizzarlo? In realtà la prima domanda che ci dobbiamo fare è: dovremmo automatizzarlo? Perché come il maestro di tutti noi, Randall Munroe, ci insegna, automatizzare è bellissimo, ma se un task in realtà viene svolto poche volte, noi ci troviamo a spendere tanto tempo a fare tutta una serie di sviluppi, debug, eccetera, eccetera, e in realtà poi la promessa, diciamo così, che l'automazione ci liberi del tempo, in realtà non è più così vera, quindi diciamo così, è uno dei tanti trade-off che ci troviamo a affrontare durante il lavoro quotidiano. Dobbiamo automatizzare questa cosa? La risposta è ovviamente, come sempre, dipende. Come sviluppatore di applicazioni open source in realtà mi pongo questo problema perché vorrei che le mie applicazioni fossero semplici da installare e quindi che richiedessero meno tempo, quindi magari al singolo utente le installa una volta, gli importa poco, ma a me come sviluppatore, che so che magari verrà usata 1000 volte, può interessare rendere questa esperienza più piacevole, diciamo così, di installazione dell'applicazione. Quindi, ritornando alla domanda, possiamo automatizzarlo? È Python, quindi perché no? Cosa abbiamo bisogno per automatizzare questo processo? Abbiamo bisogno di qualcosa che ci permetta di modificare i settings applicando una configurazione di default fornita dall'applicazione, ad esempio. E come possiamo automatizzarlo? Usando un po' di magia di Python, che in questo caso si chiama AST, Abstract Syntax Tree. AST è diciamo così, un passaggio nel flusso che l'interprete fa quando interpreta appunto un codice Python, ed è il passaggio precedente diciamo così, alla definizione del bytecode. Quindi Python si costruisce in memoria una struttura ad albero sulla base del codice Python che sta incontrando durante la sua lettura del nostro codice. In questo caso abbiamo un'expression che contiene una lista che a sua volta contiene 3 costanti. Alla rappresentazione, diciamo così, teorica, Python fa in realtà corrispondere un modulo che ci permette di accedere a questa, diciamo così, a questa struttura dati teorica sotto forma del modulo AST, che espone una serie di classi, in buona sostanza, che ci costruiscono la rappresentazione, che ci permettono di accedere alla rappresentazione di questo albero. Nel caso specifico, qui abbiamo questa struttura dati che corrisponde esattamente al grafo, scusate, a questo grafo qui. Abbiamo l'expression che contiene una lista che contiene 3 valori costanti. Bisogna fare attenzione a volte a non confondere questa list, giusto perché ha lo stesso nome, con il tipo o comunque con l'oggetto lista esposto dall'interprete. Questi sono oggetti specifici di ST che hanno proprietà e metodi diciamo così, propri, perché sono dei nodi di un albero in realtà poi alla fine. AST ci permette di modificare il codice Python, non il codice sorgente, ci permette di modificare il codice logico e ad esempio possiamo voler aggiungere un elemento a questa nostra lista. Come primo passaggio andiamo a leggersi il file che contiene la lista tramite ST facciamo il parsing di questo codice sorgente in un albero, cioè esattamente in questo albero qui. Se voglio aggiungere un elemento costante di valore 4 a questa lista, so che dovrò accedere a tree, che è l'expression, che contiene nel body la lista, che contiene in questo attributo ELTS le costanti che fanno parte della lista. Lo aggiungo, trasformo l'albero logico, diciamo così, in codice sorgente, e quindi qui avrò una stringa che contiene la mia lista di 4 elementi. AST a volte, cioè è molto di basso livello, non sempre le strutture dati sono documentate, quindi c'è molto debugging e molto print quando si va a lavorare con AST. Ci sono pacchetti esterni tipo AStore che semplificano soprattutto la parte iniziale di parse e unparse del codice sorgente. Questo qui è esattamente lo stesso codice di prima scritto con AStore. In realtà io in questo caso l'ho usato soltanto per fare il parsing del file e per ritrasformare l'albero logico in codice sorgente. Questo esempio ovviamente avrebbe poco senso, in altri esempi è un po' più comodo, diciamo così, cioè ci fornisce davvero qualche elemento in più. Quindi a questo punto sappiamo come modificare un file Python. Una cosa che dimenticavo è che uno dei vantaggi di usare AST è che abbiamo la garanzia che questo codice sorgente qui sia codice Python valido, perché stiamo modificando l'albero logico con cui Python costruisce il codice, diciamo così, e quindi in questo caso ovviamente l'unparsing non ci può che restituire un codice sorgente che è codice Python valido. Se facessimo le stesse modifiche con espressioni regolari, nessuno ce lo garantisce, anzi è abbastanza garantito che non avremo un codice Python valido in molti casi. Quindi diciamo così, possiamo fare queste modifiche con più tranquillità. A questo punto sappiamo come modificare il codice dei settings, e quindi possiamo immaginare una struttura JSON definita in questo modo, delle installed apps da applicare quando si installa l'applicazione, una serie di path da inserire nell'urconf e una serie di settings generici da applicare. Per mettere tutto insieme ho sviluppato questo proof of concept che si chiama Django Apple Enabler, la pronuncia non è semplicissima, che permette di fare esattamente questo. Applica un file JSON incluso nell'applicazione, nel pacchetto Python che vogliamo configurare, e modifica il codice sorgente. E lo modifica in questo modo, ora è semplificato rispetto all'applicazione vera e propria, però si va a leggere i settings. Scusate, ecco, così si vede meglio, scorre tutti quanti i nodi. In questa versione semplificata scorre soltanto il primo livello, in realtà dei nodi non va ad attraversare l'albero in profondità, ma essendo dei settings, in buona sostanza è raro che serva a fare molto di più, e poi a seconda del tipo di nodo che va a incontrare può fare delle operazioni. In questo caso ci interessa modificare installed apps, quindi ci andiamo a cercare un nodo assign che rappresenta questo elemento qui, che abbia come elemento di sinistra installed apps, cioè questo. A destra sappiamo di avere una lista, sappiamo come aggiungere un elemento a una lista. In questo caso sto usando extend perché potrei voler installare più applicazioni, ma comunque sappiamo come alterare una lista di EST, andiamo ad aggiungere le installed apps definite dall'applicazione, facciamo l'unparsing in codice sorgente e andiamo a sovrascrivere il file di settings. La struttura del file, il codice sarà completamente diverso perché AST riscriverà completamente il codice, ma comunque sia sarà valido e equivalente a quello precedente. E quindi, ritornando al punto iniziale, con Django Enabler install Django Foo possiamo installare l'applicazione e andare a modificare il file dei settings. Se invece l'applicazione non supporta, diciamo così, non fornisce questa configurazione, possiamo anche farcela noi e applicarla con apply. Ovviamente se lo dobbiamo fare una volta sola ha poco senso, se dobbiamo farlo 100 volte magari può avere senso. È assolutamente un proof of concept, crea più problemi di quanti probabilmente ne risolva, però se volete vedere un progetto Django esplodere, perché non installarlo e provarlo e poi magari farmi sapere cosa ne pensate. questa volta grazie per davvero. Se conoscete Python o Django e avete voglia di confrontarvi con sfide interessanti e con cose stupide come questa, facciamo due chiacchiere ben volentieri. E stiamo assumendo, e questi sono i miei contatti se volete poi contattarmi dopo la conferenza, e non so se ci sono domande.
Okay. Grazie. C'è qualche domanda in sala da poter fare? Vediamo. Ok, era tutto chiaro così e ne approfittiamo per andare velocemente a pranzo.
È un'ottima motivazione per non fare domande.
Vero? Vabbè, grazie ancora.
Grazie a voi.
they left the conference. I see.
Welcome everyone. I think we can start.
Yeah.
Welcome Furkan. So he today is talking about how to build an open source machine learning platform in biology. So I'm really looking forward to it. And so the floor is yours.
Yep, thank you so much for a nice introduction. Hi everyone, and I hope you had a nice lunch and then great time so far in the conference. And then again, thank you very much for joining me today. Yeah, this is my first talk in PyCon and my second time in the PyCon Italy. It's so awesome. And today now I'm so excited to, I think it's better here, and to talk about how to build a machine learning platform in biology, which is open source. And yes. So let's start with a little bit about me. So my name is Furkan, and I'm from Turkey. My hometown is from the Cappadocia region. Maybe you see from some images. And I'm working as a researcher and data scientist in a biotech company in Munich. By training, I'm a molecular biologist and geneticist, so my background is full of genetics. And previously, during my bachelor, I worked as the computational biologist in a rare disease research lab, and then followed by a data scientist position in a biotech company, again in Munich. And now, yeah, that's me. So here is the agenda for my talk. We will start with some basics in the biology, because I thought it would be really nice to give some introduction, because that would be nice. So then everybody is on the same page. So then we will talk about the machine learning in biology and the applications and the problems over there. And then we will talk about the OmicLearn, which is our platform. And then I will present the demo, and then hopefully I will get your questions at the end. And let's start with the basics. Again, no stress. So the high school level of biology is more than enough for me. If you know what the DNA is, that's fine. So to explain better, so I presented in this way. So I make an analogy. So right now we are in the cell scale. Okay, this the gray circle represents the cell, which is the smallest biological unit. Okay, so you can think it's like a computing unit. And then we have our DNA, and the central dogma, it's like a phenomenon in molecular biology. So we have it dictates how the genetic information flows. So we have DNA. You can think the DNA is your .py source code. So if you collect all of your source code, we call it genome. And then this DNA is transcribed to RNA. And then you can think the RNA as an intermediate molecule, and it's like an interpreter. And then at the end, we translate the RNA to protein, okay? And then the protein makes the actual job. So then you can think this is the executable. I hope this analogy makes help you in a way. And to give you a sense how complicated things are, because from this image, it looks like a super simple, but I will give you one bonus point. So you know already, like the find and replace functionality in your favorite IDE is like a super, like not something special, right? Even it doesn't worth it to talk about. But having the same functionality in our genome, So like a search and the replace in our genome ends up in a Nobel Prize in 2020. It's just 3 years ago. It's just crazy, like a difficult things. And now we are a bit zooming out, and then we were in the cell scale. Now we are talking about the samples. So I will go step by step how to translate from bases to bytes, like the computational way. And then we can work with several different sample types. So that could be the blood, or maybe you're already familiar with the saliva from the genetic test. And then the good point is that each sample has a different set of the steps for preparation. And then for the actual quantification, or the way of translating the biological sample to a data, this is how it becomes. And we are having several different machines. So I will not get into any details because it's like completely different fields, each of them. So we have a lot of the areas that are just focusing on them. And at the end, we are ending up at the biological data sets. And then we have this omics. So omics is a discipline working on those biological data sets. As you see, there are different layers. So genomics, epigenomics, transcriptomics. So they all refer to different part of the biology. So genomics works with the DNA and the gene. And right now I'm working in the field of proteomics. But the ultimate goal in the field is like interpret all the different layers of the omics data sets in a way that we can understand more the biology or the reason. And so I will also give some few milestones where we were, and then right now also where we are. And it starts like, I think the Pandora started with the Human Genome Project. It was early 1990, and it takes us like 13 years to complete the human genome. And it cost us like approximately $3 billion. And with the help of the thousands of researchers in 6 countries. And again, for showing the complexity, last year, the full genome released in the March 2020, and some gaps are filled, but still there are some gaps in our genome. So this is how complicated the problem is. So in terms of the cost for the genome, so in the 2001, it was just costing one human genome was $100 million. Right now it comes to the $600, but the aim is ending up is $100 and democratize the human sequencing for several reasons. And for giving a better sense what data, like a volume of the data, I picked this report from the European Bioinformatics Institute. This is the latest report they released, and this is a consortium where a lot of researchers, research groups, academics, institutions submit their data. And in this graphic, you see the daily request per day, and how many requests is the number of the requests is increasing dramatically. And keep in mind that this is only one consortium. And the number in terms of the volume, they already, as you see, the increasing trend over the years. So every year, it's just last year, they deposited 25 petabytes of data, and this includes images and some other data. So we talk about the data and how we translate from the biology to the computer. Then there are a lot of applications of the machine learning in the biology. So I think, familiar with the images from the COVID times. They were scanning the tomography scans and apply it. And there are also some other fields in the text and audio. But today I will focus on the tabular data, which I'm currently working in. And the ultimate goal is helping the clinicians at the clinic and then diagnose the disease earlier as much as we can. So at the end, we develop a platform, but first of all, what are we working with? So how does my data look like? So here, actually, the basic data that I have, I work in daily manner. So we have the samples from the patients, and in this case, this is Alzheimer's data sets. And we have also the control groups, as usual, the healthy groups. And in the columns, as features, we have the proteins, because I work in the field of proteomics. And for sure, you can have some more data from the clinical. So could be smoking status or the sex of the patients. And for sure, you have the target to classify them. So this is the what section. So, and then there should be also the why, right? So why we develop this platform? So first of all, identify the patterns. So we would like to diagnose the disease, right? So this is a really crucial task. And one way to do is discovering a biomarker. So biomarker is a biological molecule. This gives a sign of this, the state of your health and disease status, okay? So one cool example is the BRCA gene. If a lady has a harmful mutation in those genes, their chance for getting a breast cancer and ovarian cancers dramatically increases. So the early diagnosis is saving the life. So we would like to discover biomarkers and for sure help the clinicians. And another point, again, the problem with the researchers during the machine learning applications is the misleading metrics. In this example, I just give it, but it's very common. If you have like such data set and such case, so 90 healthy and 10 patients, and the model like gives such a 90% accuracy, but the F1 score could be 0. But guess which metric is most reported in scientific papers? And the other one is, most importantly, is machine learning pitfalls. And there are 3 of them. The most important one. But one is the methods. So we are not able to, most of the time, the researchers are not submitting their codes make them on open source. So then we don't know what method they use, what hyperparameters they applied. So this is like a complete lack of transparency. And I've put one example from a research paper. As you see, there is no a way to reproduce this model. And the second reason is data leakages. So this is a really crucial issue in the application of machine learning. And I found a really nice paper, review paper, recently published. So then they list a lot of papers, what the problem they have, and then they have the train test, they don't have train test split, or they do bad practices in machine learning. And the last but not least, some methods include stochasticity. So the randomness is another important point, but they don't define a certain environment that you can reproduce the results. So what's wrong? If you ask me what's wrong in the machine learning, in biology, there are a lot of problems, but I think the main problem is unreproducibility. So I believe reproducibility is the key in the science. And also another point is it should be reproducible for all people, not only the others. So I think you are familiar with it works on my machine. It's also the same for the researchers. So they said, okay, it's reproducible on my machine, then yeah, but we can't ship your machine, right? So far we talk about the what and why we develop this platform. Now let's talk about the how. I think this is the most important for Pythonistas. After listing the several reasons why we should develop this platform and the needs of the biologist, so first of all, the code should be open source, right? And the second is reproducibility, and also should be really easy to use by the biologist. Then we end up with omiclearn. So then you can reach out on omiclearn.org. And yeah, here is my architecture. So in the omiclearn, sorry, I will. In omiclearn, we have the 6 components. So first of all, as I showed you in the what section, so we are working with tabular data sets because the output from the machines for the data sets are in CSV format or the Excel format. So obviously we use the NumPy and the pandas for analyzing and processing them. For machine learning part, obviously we use the scikit-learn, but we also included the XGBoost. So we search around for other methods, also even tested the deep learning for tabular data sets, but we after our research, XGBoost was the most performant one. And for the web interface and the visualization, because the biologist should access the tool easily, we use the Streamlit. And then I will explain why we use Streamlit and also the Plotly and XGBoost in the following slides. And obviously, also, we use the Plotly visualization because the researchers want to get really paper-qualified papers. What they want is just download the figures and then put into their paper. No more work is needed for biologists. So, and then for documentation, we use the Sphinx. I will also show after my demo our documentation, and then we combine the Sphinx to read the docs. And for installation, sometimes we realize that biologists don't want to deal with the Python environments and some Conda environments. They just would like to test. But we deploy into the cloud, but there's also another problem. Sometimes biologists don't want to leave their data to cloud because they are just not willing to, and then they just would like to test the platform on their machine, because in that case, the data doesn't leave their machine. And then for this, we install, use the PyInstaller. Then we created the images for macOS and also the Ubuntu and also Windows. And then we also use the integration test. I use the PyTest for integration and the unit test. So because we have to be sure that once we update the packages, the results should be still reproducible. And then all the flows are going on the GitHub Actions. So that's the architecture behind the OmicLearn. And here I would like to also quickly show how we organize our files and the folders. You can for sure find all of them in omiclearn.org. The reason I'm showing that, maybe if you would like to build your own platform for your own field, so maybe you can just have a look. So this is the way we found out that works best, but we are open to any suggestions from you. And I think I talked about all the technologies in the previous slide, but there is one thing left. So the deployment to the clouds. Then previously we used the AWS, but then the Streamlit announced that they have their own cloud services. And then we sync at the GitHub repository on the master branch, and then it automatically catches the latest build from the master. So once we develop something and then put into master, so it's automatically deployed, and then I can suggest you to do so. So far, we talk about the main architecture, but I would like to also talk about why we choose some specific tools, because those are some, after our experience, I thought it would be nice to give the sense. So for the Streamlit, actually, the main point why we're picking the tools is we check how much time we have, what is the human resources we have, and then what we would like to do. So for sure, we could also develop a web app platform using the Django or Flask with the React or Angular or the Vue.js, but we don't have that much human power, also that much time. So we need a rapid prototype. So for Streamlit, this is actually the tool you need. So as you see in the black, the code, so it's just 2 lines, and then without need any callback, so you can just make a dropdown, and then it's automatically assigned to the variable, and then you can collect all the variables, like the defined variables at the end at somewhere. And then there is no HTML, CSS, Python mix, it's just Python, so it's just so easy to use. And also, there you have a free deployment option. And another cool thing is that you can use the Streamlit with the other data stack, with pandas, you can show your data frame, and then obviously we need also a lot of plots to show, and it also works very well with the Plotly. So this is the rapid prototype, it's just super easy. But everything comes with pros and cons, and there's also the cons. So for sure, it's not that much flexible, as in a native web solution. So you can't develop, you don't expect to optimize everything, but this is the reason why we have the rapid prototyping. In terms of the performance, I think we use several other tools, like a Plotly Dash, and also the Bokeh, and also some other platforms. But for sure, it's not that performant as in the native solutions, but it is still good enough. Then I think you will realize how good it is, and then you can decide on your own. But the bad thing is the testing, the UI. I use the Selenium for testing the UI, but unfortunately, I suffered a lot. And today, I can recommend you to not use, and then because today, my audience who attend me, I want you to live longer and have better eyesight. So yeah, don't try UI tests with that. And for the machine learning side, we use the XGBoost. The number one reason is our data, the biological data, is not a linear data, so it's just so complex. So then it has to capture the nonlinear data patterns. And also it should work with the sparse data because there are several reasons, technological reasons, that your data could be null for those several values. But you have to, for sure you can impute, but at some times you need also such support. And it is fast, and then you have a chance to regularize your model in a way that they are not overfitting. Last but not least, why we use the Plotly, as said, our researchers wants to just click the one button, download the graphs and charts, and put them into their paper. I will show them in example cases. So the reason is they would like to have the publication ready plots. And then for this, we need a lot of customization, and Plotly supports all of them. And then also another cool point is it works very well with the Streamlit. And then it also offers a lot of interactivity. So far we talk about the what, why, and how, and now it's about the highlights of our project. So once we finish up the project last year, so our app was selected App of the Month by Streamlit, and it was a good success for us. And then last year in December, we published our paper. You can find it again on omiclearn.org. So, and it's open access, you can directly access, and in 6 months it got 4,000 views. I think it's a good number for a research paper. And then last but not least, our paper is also featured on the cover of the journal. So that was super exciting for us. And this is the slide where I'm most proud of. So we have a lot of customers, which means our researchers. So they already used and cited our tools, and then they already discovered some new proteins, and they also check how they are correlating, so the machine learning results correlating with their normal classical statistical approaches. So we have a lot of reports, the research reports from a lot of fields, and then you see a lot of application sites. And as you see, they just directly download the graph from the platform and then use it, and then they are happy. And for sure, as a junior, it wouldn't be possible without without their help. I have to thank all of my managers and supervisors. And now I have the final presentation before the Quen's demo. So we recently released the last version in early May, and you can find the code, paper, and the platform and the documentations on omiclearn.org. So let me go over our tool. Can you see? I think it's visible. So in the tool, we have two sides. One, the left hand, and the right is the main window, I would say. So in the left-hand side, we have a lot of the custom optimization. So you can check different scalar methodologies and also check your feature selection, because I showed you in the what section, we have a lot of features. So it's not easy to train a model with that a lot of features. So you can also pick different classification methods and then pick as much as which one you want. And then the cool thing is that we had a nice documentation how to use those methods and how to go over what to click, what to not. And we have also the recommendations, because it's easy to overfit, and also we should show them how to interpret the results. So they are all reachable on our documentation. And once everything is set up by the biologists with just some clicks, And then, for instance, in this case, I'm using, again, the Alzheimer data sets. And then I'm trying to guess who is Alzheimer, who is not, based on some proteins. And then I just don't want to go into so much details. But I'm okay. I would be very happy if you have any questions, just ask in the Q&A. And then once you click the run analysis, so it makes all the modeling part and the training and then the validation. And this is actually the part where the researchers are looking for, because those are the candidates for biomarker. So this plot shows which features contributed most to the model. So in this case, the first protein was, I know it's an ID, but once you just search for this protein ID in this biological database, so it is the tau protein, which is already well known for the Alzheimer's disease. So, and as I showed you, there are all other plots. And another cool thing is that what the researchers are very happy is our summary text, because I said the reproducibility is the key, and then they can just directly copy and paste the method section and then revert and then put their paper. And another cool thing is that I think if you remember in the Streamlit section of the code, I was saving all the variables into a dictionary. The reason is I would like to export them at the end, and this is called session history. So the researchers, we save all of the options and the selections in the session history, so then they can download and then replicate and their results. So that was end of my presentation. And grazie mille and çok teşekkürler. So if you have also further questions, you can reach me out on Twitter, LinkedIn. I'm very happy to answer or help with your project. Yeah, thanks so much again.
Okay, thank you very much. Great talk.
Yep,
very
thanks so much.
for me too, because I'm in the field. So very nice. There are several questions.
Okay.
So some of them you kind of already answered. So I'll start maybe from the other ones. Okay, this is more of a philosophical question. That is, often happens in research that after a paper is published, the software is abandoned.
Yeah.
How do we deal with this? I think no one has the answer, but let's try.
Yeah, actually, this is also very common in the field of the bioinformatics. So the publications are done, and then few years later, so the project is gone. But this also was about to happen. Then we migrate our projects to academic institution, and I still contributed to the project, and then I'm keeping it up. And then I would be very happy if you cite us. So that will give us motivation. So, but yeah, we are trying to do our best to support the tool and then make it like a live.
Great. Here's, well, you kind of answered, because the question is if omic-learn have already been used to discover any important or well-acknowledged biomarker, but you show some research based on...
Exactly. So I can show you again. So there are some biomarkers are founded, and then they were also overlapping with so the researchers already applied their own strategy. And in the second case, they put them asterisks. So it means that those asterisk proteins, the proteins marked with the asterisks, also overlapping with their research. So the tool performs and results in the good biomarkers, I would say.
Great. Okay, then we have a nice question that is, how much should biologists know about the technicalities or functionality of the tool to use it?
How much they need?
They need to know. So
yeah, I think that's a really good question. So therefore, we prepared a using page for this, and also the recommendation. We put actually a lot of efforts, because I believe it's not easy to use to directly apply your machine learning model to the data sets. And then there are lots of pitfalls and then the bottlenecks and during the application. So it's not that much high in like with the, if you would like to develop your own platform or write your own code. But in our platform, we try to make the user interface really easy to follow, and then we combined all of them in documentation and then explain them in basic terms and how you can navigate. We've also provided examples, and then we also link the papers who use it. I think this would help researchers who would like to utilize our tool. I hope that answers the question.
I think so.
If it's not, just find me, and then I can elaborate.
A couple of more, and then we finished. Is there any functionality related to hyperparameter optimization?
Yeah, that's actually what we would like to do. So I want to use the Optuna, but the important point is that so we are using the Streamlit clouds. It's not that possible to use that much resources in that free, but we are planning to add actually some hyperparameter optimization so that the researchers find it, use it on their local machine, but not on the cloud, because there is the reserved place for us. Yeah. But it would be nice.
Okay. And finally, someone is asking what is the revenue model?
Revenue model? So it's like an open source project, so we don't have any revenue model. So yeah, this is just for giving back to the scientific community. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If anyone has any other question, okay, so thank you very much.
You're welcome, and thanks for joining.
can you hear me? So, hi everybody, we're going to start in 2 minutes. If you have questions, you can open the Slido app or raise a hand. I will start with question from Slido, and then I will ask for people. In 2 minutes.
Sure.
In 30 seconds. Yeah. So, hi everybody, and welcome to the last day of the Italian Python conference. Here we have Jan Giacomelli that speaks about Celery on AWS Elastic Container Service. Did I got it? Great, so go and queue, so not on Celery but on Slido. Jan Giacomelli.
So thank you all for coming, first of all. Are you having a good time on this conference so far? You do? Cool, perfect. I hope I'll continue that trend. So yeah, let me talk today about Celery on AWS Elastic Container Service, the art of background task and continuous deployment. Before we jump straight into the mud of Celery and AWS, let me introduce myself. So my name is Jan. I'm coming from Slovenia. I'm staff software engineer at REN, where we are building a platform that helps people connect with their contacts, and by giving them a meaningful reasons to connect, we are tracking gazillions of news every day, and whenever there is something about your contacts, we let you know and draft a message using AI that helps you to reach out and to sell. So it's usually for C-level people in large organizations. I'm also author of tutorials and courses at test-driven.io on topics like Fast API, Flask, AWS, test-driven development, Python toolboxes, and so on. You can follow me on Twitter if you want, or add me on LinkedIn. You should have all the relevant information on the talks page on PyCon webpage. So let's start at the beginning. Asking background tests, why do we need them and what are they? So as soon as you go out of a simple tutorial-like application, or let's say a blog, you'll end up in a place where you need to solve some problems that might take a lot of time. So you'll need to run some tests that are running for a long time, and it's not appropriate to run that on your web server. So you need to put that into some background so that you don't have long outstanding requests, because having HTTP requests that takes 5 hours is not sustainable, right? Also, you might need to run some tests periodically. So you might want to schedule something for Monday morning, 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. and send some newsletter. You might want to implement things like retrying. So for example, when a user signs up to your application, you want to send welcome email, but you don't want to block them to not being able to use your application just because your third-party email service provider is done, right? So you want to throw that somewhere in the background and retry when appropriate, when it's back up, and then send them this welcome email, which welcomes them and tells them how much they need to appreciate your application and so on. So when you come to this set of problems, you need to find a way to run your task in the background. And if you're in a Python community and you're a Python developer, you'll probably go with Celery. There are other alternatives like Redis queue and so on, but Celery is pretty much the only one that is really battle tested and is running on large-scale projects, so you'll probably choose this one. In a nutshell, so Celery uses message broker like Redis or RabbitMQ. It also supports others like AWS, SQS, and so on, and workers. So when you want to run some task in your background, message is sent via message broker. Workers picks up these messages and process task appropriately according to your configuration in your code. It also comes with Celery Beat, which helps you to configure your scheduled tasks. You can use cron-like syntax, and you can define, I want to run something every 5 minutes, or 10 past every hour, or first of month at midnight, and stuff like that. When this decision is made, then the question is where to run your Celery workers. If you're already inside AWS ecosystem, I suggest to go with Elastic Container Service and Fargate underneath. Why is that? First of all, there is no provisioning of servers. Fargate is serverless service. You just need to define CPU and memory for your tasks to run, and some additional configuration, but that's pretty much it. Because there is no servers to patch, there are no servers to auto-scale and so on, it's fairly easy to scale your task up and down. So if you are using AWS console, you can just go there and just change one number and click confirm, that's it. It's also fairly easy to set up auto-scaling. You can configure that based on memory consumption, CPU consumption. There are different metrics like average, max. You can use periods of 1 minute, 1 hour, whatever you want. And it's also fairly easy to deploy. So you can use AWS CLI, or both a tree, or any other way that's suitable for using AWS services. You configure some JSON, and there you go. That's it. So there are two parts of the configuration that are worth mentioning regarding Celery. So the first one is stop timeout. This is the time between seek term and seek kill when Elastic Container Service is killing your existing containers and starting new ones. We'll talk a bit more about that later when we'll talk about continuous deployment, but that's the stop timeout. So the largest value that you can use is 120 seconds. So use this one to give your containers as much time possible to gracefully exit. Also, the other one worth mentioning is minimum healthy %. So the rule of thumb is to go with 50%. This means that at all points in time, you will have at least 50% of desired targets running. So if you want to run 10 workers, at any point in time, regardless of deployments, scaling, and other activities, there will be at least 50%, so 5 workers running. You can experiment with that. You can use 100% if you want to be on top safe side. You can use 0 if you don't care if there is some downtime. But in general, 50% is a good value. So when you are running things on Elastic Container Service, especially in Fargate, you'll experience a lot of interruptions. And why so? When you will deploy, existing containers will be stopped and deregistered, and the new ones will start and will be registered. This means that every of existing container is killed. So seek term is sent. If after stop timeout container is still running for any reason, the Elastic Container Service sends seek kill and ungracefully kills everything. This also goes for scaling activities. So when you are doing upscaling, okay, there is no killing of containers, but when there is downscaling for any reason, whether it's auto-scaling or you manually scale your containers, you still have the killing of these containers. Elastic Container Service sends seek term. If container is still running after stop timeout, seek heal, and that's it. So what to do when you're in continuous deployment setup? So first of all, what does that mean? That means that you're deploying pretty much all the time. So the window between different deployments is very small, or at least should be very small. In the numbers, let's say 10 times per day. Depends on your team size, obviously. But as mentioned earlier, every deployment now is interruption. So our containers are getting killed, which means our salary workers are getting killed. What we want to avoid for sure at this point is some long-running task like 5 hours, where we are not able to process such tasks during our office hours because we are deploying, I don't know, every hour, every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes. Because every time we come to a point where it's done some processing, there is new deployment, container is killed, and task needs to be restarted from the beginning. Also, there is a problem that task might be lost due to workers being ungracefully killed. As I said, seek term, 2 minutes, seek kill. If salary is doing anything, when seek kill is sent, you might lose some tasks and they won't be processed at any point in time. So how to configure now our salary workers to make sure that we don't experience these issues or that we control them and that we are not affected by these problems. So first thing is late task acknowledgement. By default, this is set to false, which means that tasks are acknowledged when workers receive them. In other words, worker picks up a message from the message broker, and at this point, task is acknowledged. If there is any exception during processing that task, or worker is ungracefully killed, or there is a nuclear explosion, or whatever, this task is considered as successful, and no one gives a shit about it. So first thing to do, late task acknowledgement, set this to true, so that tasks are acknowledged only after they are successfully processed. Okay? The next thing is visibility timeout. So by default, this is set to 1 hour. What is visibility timeout, which is set to 1 hour? This is time between tasks being received or picked up by a first worker, and if nothing happens with this task, so worker is killed or it's being still processed, another worker will pick up the same task after the visibility timeout. So it's set to 1 hour. If the task was interrupted during deployment or something like that, after 1 hour, another worker will pick up this task and try to process it. So what we need to make sure here is, we need to make sure that visibility timeout is always longer than the longest timeout for the task that we have. So we don't want tasks that might end processing for 2 hours in worst case, and visibility timeout at 1 hour, because this means that another worker will pick up this long task after 1 hour, despite it being processed on another worker, which will occupy our workers, and our throughput will obviously be lower than it could be. But on the other hand, we also want to keep that short, because if the worker is interrupted during deployment or downscaling activities, we want to make sure that another one picks up the same task as soon as possible. So we have these two mutually exclusive things. So we need to find some common ground or some value in between. And the rule of thumb, I would say, is try for 15 minutes. Obviously, sometimes this is hard to achieve. So obviously use larger value. If you'll try to use smaller value, it will probably be too small. So try to aim to 15 minutes. Increase that if that's not suitable, but should be possible to aim that and also to achieve that. I'll discuss that a bit later, how to do that. So the next thing is countdown. Celery, in their documentation, is claiming that you can use countdown to execute your task at some later point in time. That is true to some degree, but there is a problem. So when the workers pick up tasks that have this countdown, they just store them inside their memory, and they're kept there until this countdown time passes. And that's it. So if you have a lot of such tasks, you may have thousands of messages inside worker memories. And if such worker is interrupted, guess what? These tasks are then again need to be picked up after visibility timeout by some other worker. And then you have this chain reaction where there are a lot of unprocessed messages for no good reason. So be very careful when to use it. Ideally, just don't use it. And also, be careful why. Because if the countdown is greater than visibility timeout, what might happen? Obviously, countdown, task, messages picked up. It's stored in memory of worker. It's there for 2 hours. Visibility timeout is 1 hour. Another worker will pick up the same message, and you'll have duplicated processing once again. So if worst case, if countdown is, I don't know, like 12 hours, you might end up in a state where every worker will process your task. So do you want to do that? Obviously not. The next thing is to reject task on worker loss. By default, this is obviously set to what? False. And why is that? Because there is a possibility that you end up in infinite loop of these messages in cases, for example, where your workers would be dying due to going out of memory. With Elastic Container Service and Fargate, this is pretty unlikely to happen. And even if it does happen, it's fairly easy to just increase the memory that's available to your tasks. It's super easy to do that. You can just change the number, redeploy, and that's it. So you don't need to worry much about it when you're running this in this setup. But yeah, be a bit careful. But in general, if you don't want to have lost tasks, do that. Because otherwise, if workers are ungracefully killed, this might just abandon some task in a queue, and it will never be processed again. And yeah, that's a problem even with the late acknowledgement, as stated on slide. So late acknowledgement is not enough. The next thing is prefetch multiplier. So by default, this is set to 4. The reason for that is to reduce overhead when fetching new messages from the queue, so that whenever one task is processed, another one can be picked up immediately. But if you don't have super, super short tasks, this overhead is too small to really make sense to care about it. But one thing that might happen here is that you will have 4 tasks that will be retried only after visibility timeout, because obviously the worker that is killed during deployment already picked up 4 messages instead of 1. So don't use default 4, update this to value 1. And last but not least, celery configuration is signal remapping. All the others that I mentioned so far, you can find these inside Celery documentation, and yeah, you might struggle to go through everything, but it's not too bad. But this one is the hardest one to find because there is no mention of it inside Celery documentation. The only place that mentions it is some guide for Heroku, how to run Celery workers there, because it's not even Celery's feature, but it's Billiard's feature, which is a library that Celery depends on to manage multi-threading and multiprocessing. So by default, if Celery receives seek term, it gets to warm shutdown. This means that it tries to process the current task and exit after that. But as we are limited with these 2 minutes of stop timeout in Elastic Container Service, what might happen is that the task is still not finished, but it will be ungracefully killed by the seek kill afterward, after 2 minutes. So what we can do is to remap seek term to seek wait signal, and then Celery goes to cold shutdown, which essentially ends up in the same state as if the worker is lost for out of memory or anything. So this goes then to this reject task on worker loss. So if we don't want to lose our task for good, we need to remap these signals, and we can do that by, setting remap seek term environment variable to value seek quit. Okay, so the example configuration then looks like this. So this is your salary app, visibility timeout, late acknowledgement, reject on worker loss, and prefetch multiplier. And when you start your worker, you just need to set up the environment variable for signal remapping. Okay, so we have now this salary configuration, and that's great. But we still need to manage our task and to use them in a way that support all this configuration and this continuous deployment setup. So I was talking about 15 minutes of visibility timeout and how to get there. So there are some attributes or properties of our task that we want to achieve in order to successfully process as much as possible and as reliably as possible. So first thing is we want to make sure that our tasks are short. Try to aim to max execution time or processing time of 15 minutes. Sometimes not possible, but there are techniques to get there. Obviously, if we are talking only about the application tasks, not some long ETL pipelines, which are not part of the application itself. And try to keep the typical processing time under 2 minutes, also possible. We need to make sure that our tasks are idempotent. So this means that every time we run them, they need to produce the same result. And if we run them multiple times, things must still work. Nothing must explode. And also, we must be able to have retries one way or the other. But the best way is to have exponential back-off retries with jitter, so that if there are some issues, for example, with third-party APIs by hitting rate limits or stuff like that, that we don't just retry with hundreds of tasks all at the same time and then maybe process 2 or 3 tasks successfully, but everything else is hitting rate limits. With jitter and exponential backoff, we spread this a bit more randomly over time and make sure that things can go through a bit more smoothly. So the idempotency can be pretty domain specific, so we won't talk much about it today anymore. Retries with salary are fairly simple to configure. You can just refer to official documentation. There are a couple of parameters that you need to change, and that's it. So we'll mostly focus on how to keep these tasks short. So let's start. What we want to achieve is to have maximal processing time of our tasks shorter than the window between deployments. That's our goal. So the first thing that we can do is to do fan out. So if we have send emails to users, one job, which takes n users and seconds to process, we can split this into 2 layers, where in the first job, we list all the users. In the second set of jobs, we actually send emails. This way, we make sure that the second jobs, so the ones that are sending emails, are roughly processing in constant time. And the first one is growing with processing time much, much, much slower than the first one. There are also trade-offs, as with any other thing. So we should use that only when we have high priority tasks. So if everything else that will come after these tasks were submitted, we'll need to wait for all these tasks to be processed, because all the workers will be occupied with all these tasks that were submitted from this fan out. So if these are not high priority tasks, then don't use fan out, but use something else, because everything will be jammed. You can also use that in multiple layers, obviously. So for example, for every user, every post, every comment, there can be a job. So you can really go a long way with that. Another option is to use batching, which looks like that. So instead of having this single job here, which is the same as the previous one, we split the processing into smaller batches. So for example, we process 100 users at a time. If there are more users to process, we resubmit same job, just with some cursor, which tells where the last job finished, so where we need to continue. I'll quickly show the example later. So this way we make sure batch processing time is then roughly constant, so 100 users is 100 users. If we need to process million users, we just need to have more jobs to do that. If there are no users to process, we exit from the last job, and that's it. This way, we occupy only one worker at a time, but it takes more time to finish the processing, and also it's harder to implement compared to fan-out. The last thing I wanted to mention is task locking. So we don't want the workers to pick up, two workers to pick up the same task. So we can use locking with Redis to make sure that we avoid that. If we cannot acquire a lock, we can ignore task. This is also described in Celery official documentation. We can just drop it. But with this, we might have lost task again. We can resubmit same task with new ID, but same arguments. This way, we make sure that at least once we process every unit of work that we need to process, or we can retry. The last one is conceptually the most correct, but if you have little number of retries set, so for example, 2 or 3, you might end up in running out of retries if there are a lot of interruptions, for example, deployments one after the other. So yeah. That's it regarding the theory. We ran out more or less out of time, but you can find a working example on GitHub repository, Celery ECS examples on my profile. And there are code examples, and there are also the resources which I use to prepare this talk. I think we don't have much time for questions.
Yes,
we do? OK, then I can answer some questions, but if there are more questions, you can ask me after the talk. We can discuss it outside.
So, a quick roll-up. Do you have some useful tips to catch some of these undesired behaviors caused by Celery misconfiguration in test environments?
Not really. I mean, what we use at REN is a dashboard on Grafana, which is tracking all the events that are submitted from Celery workers, because there are a lot of different events submitted, like task sent, task received, task started, task retried, task failed, and so on. And then we have dashboards drawn there on production, obviously, where we are alerted if there are any strange things going on, for example.
Next question. What are the benefits of using Celery with ECS instead of Lambda?
What are the benefits? I mean, the main benefit is that with Celery, you can set up the whole environment for your application locally. If you are using Lambda with, for example, SNS or SQS, you have this need to run everything on cloud, and locally it's very hard to reproduce the exactly same setup. And yeah, there are also other limitations from Lambda. For example, there is hard limit on 15 minutes timeout. There is lower limit for RAM, I think also for CPU resources and so on. But in general, you can use whichever solves your problem. So I'm not a huge advocate for Celery. That's just what we are using at this point. But who knows? Maybe not for forever.
So one last question. Why two Celery workers might get the same task?
Why? That's a good question. The simple answer is because they can read the same message. The locking that's done for preventing reading the same messages is not very clever. Also, there are a lot of other implementation details when you dig into the Celery's code and the Celery protocol, which are a bit fishy. So yeah, I mean, this is classic race condition problem. So there is one message which can be read by two clients, and then there you have duplicated processing.
So we have another one. How can I ensure that the right worker is stopped when the auto-scaling policy scales down the number or target task? Very specific question. Maybe.
You can't do anything about it. When downscaling is done if you downscale, I don't know, from 10 to 8, 2 workers out of 10 are killed randomly. There is no pattern. Elastic Container Service doesn't know anything regarding what is being processed where. So it might be a worker that does nothing at this point, or it can be a worker that's processing the task for the last 2 hours and it's still not finished. So not much you can do here.
So, a great way. That's it. Oh, it was very interesting.
Everyone, this is the last talk before the closure, so enjoy it. Here we have Filippo, who will talk to you about writing portable CI/CD pipelines using Python. So, Filippo, it's all yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Thanks for coming. As you can see, today I will talk about writing portable CI/CD pipelines using Python. This is the agenda for today. Firstly, we will talk about some challenges you have to face when you write some CI/CD pipelines. Then we will talk about Dagger, a brief introduction firstly. And then we talk about how does it work more specifically, and some of its features, which is it can run almost everywhere. It has some multifunction, it has multi-language support, and it can run service containers and is excellent at caching. We will then have a brief demo, if it will work, we hope, and then we will have some conclusions. When you write CI/CD pipelines, you have to face some challenges. The first one, you want your pipelines to run faster and fail faster. So you don't want to wait for all your steps in your pipeline to complete in order to see that the pipeline failed. You want also to run faster. You want to have good caching. Otherwise, you have to wait 40 minutes, 1 hour for a pipeline to run. Next, you usually want to integrate with the third-party services. For example, for running integration tests, you want to run a database, and you have some problems with the synchronization. For example, if you spin up a database, you have to wait it to be responsive. And you have to do some, for example, health checks or just add a delay in your tests to wait the database to be responsive. Then you have to manage also the life cycle of these applications for them not to use too many resources. Then you have the vendor lock-in. If you write some pipelines for GitHub using GitHub Actions, and you then want to move to GitLab, or to another CI platform, you can do it without entirely rewriting all the pipelines. And finally, you usually don't have local testing, and you end up doing some commits like this one with fix CI. You sometimes write the commit, you push, you wait the runner to be provisioned, then you wait again the test to run, and it's very time consuming, and it drives you crazy. Yes, I know it. It's not definitely a good user experience. And then it enters Dagger, which is a fairly new project. I think it has 1 year, 1.5 years, and tries to address some of the challenges of traditional CI/CD tools. What's Dagger? Mainly, it's a programmable CI/CD engine that runs your pipelines in containers using build kits. We will see throughout the slides and in the demo why it's important to use build kit and Docker. Then you write pipelines as code, not more as YAML files for configuration, but as code. This opens some interesting scenarios. For example, you can integrate with third-party system libraries or integrations, for example, for getting secrets, API tokens, or whatever from third-party systems. And you can also use your libraries you use every day writing your code. Then you can, it's just code, so you can even test your pipeline like they are a normal program you write in Python or in any other language. And then there's the Lego blocks development, where, for example, maybe you don't want every developer to know how to write CI/CD pipelines. Maybe you have a DevOps team that manages all the CI/CD pipelines, And these teams can provide the developers some blocks that they can glue together and just use them out of the box. This is interesting because you can, for example, write a library, a package, and distribute it. Normally, when you write a CI/CD pipeline, you copy-paste from an old pipeline you have made all the steps. And if you, after copying the same step in 100 projects, you come up with a new idea on how to optimize this step, you have to update all the projects. And this is inefficient, and it's actually technical debt you have. Instead, with a library, it's just a library, so you may have some tools or some methods to automatically update libraries, and the DevOps team can update all the libraries without doing any change. As we said before, no, we didn't said. It can run pipelines almost everywhere because it uses Docker under the hood. So any platform that can run OCI compliant, has an OCI compliant runtime, can run these pipelines. And almost every CI platform I'm aware of, can run Docker containers. It has cross-language support. It has an SDK for Python, for Go, Node, Rust, Qlang, I didn't wrote that, and the GraphQL. So you can use any language you want by interacting with the GraphQL APIs to write your CI/CD pipelines. And finally, it uses, as the name suggests, a DAG, or directed acyclic graph. So instead of thinking a pipeline as a line of pipes, you can think a pipeline as a graph, where the nodes are the steps and the arrows are the dependencies. So if you want to run a pipeline, you just have to tell Dagger which node you want to visit, and it will implicitly quoted because you designed the graph. It will know which steps it had to do in order to visit the graph and which path it has to cross. How does it work? It's fairly simple. You write your program, you write your pipeline using any SDK you want in any language, and you give that program you wrote, which is a wrapper around the. Oh no. Okay. Yes, which is a wrapper around the GraphQL APIs exposed by the Dagger engine. And then the Dagger engine interacts with the OCI compliant OCI container runtime and run the pipeline, as you can see. Every step, every node of the graph is executed in a different container. And it's interesting, and we will see why it's interesting in the caching part. This is how it runs everywhere. Yeah. You can write the pipeline like this. The Dagger engine is a layer over any Docker compatible runtime. Okay. This is the multi-language support. As I said, you can use any SDK you want. You can even use the GraphQL API playground to interact with it, and you can use any GraphQL client. You can write it in Bash, in C, or in any language you want. Then the GraphQL API is exposed by the Dagger engine. The first feature of that, whoa. Okay. The first feature of Dagger is service containers, which enables you to run network of services like databases or web apps as ephemeral containers. It manages all the life cycle of these ephemeral containers, and these services are started just in time, deduplicated, and stopped when no longer needed. It solves also the problems of waiting for the service to be responsible, performing some health check before letting the client interact with the service. And it also has some features to give an alias to the client for the service in order to use it. We'll see how in the demo. And finally, we have some out-of-the-box caching. Yeah, out-of-the-box caching. Because every node of the graph is executed in a Docker container, and Docker is exceptional at caching things. You can have some out-of-the-box caching, and if this out-of-the-box caching does not cover all your needs, you can even define custom cache volumes to use across pipeline runs, but also across different pipelines, because the Docker cache is shared across the pipelines. And you can also share the Docker cache between runners, because they are just layers, and you can push these layers to a registry and then share the registry between runners. We have now the demo. I hope it will work. Yes, you can see. Okay. The first, this is an example about writing a pipeline. We have a simple Python app. It's a fast API service, but it doesn't matter right now. We can configure the Dagger connection. We have a connection. We establish a connection with the Dagger engine, and then we use some methods to do a build of the container. This is the version 0.0, so it's the really first iteration you would have when working with Dagger. And right now you are doing a build from a Docker file. We have a Docker file in this directory, src service, which we load in the context here, and then we run the docker build command. And then it publishes the image to a registry. We won't run this because it's not interesting. There's an interesting feature of Dagger, which is eliminating the Docker file and writing Docker files inside Dagger. So the first version, doesn't use any Docker file, and as before, we import some directories, we load directories, and then we write Docker file with methods on a container. We do the from, we set the work dir, we set a directory, so we copy a directory, the work dir we loaded before into a directory, and then we install the requirements, and then we set the entry point. Finally, we push the image and we print a message. We try to run this first build. This is the Dagger CLI. Printing a DAG is quite difficult, so there's this kind of graph you can see. Now it has some operation already cached, as you can see, because I already ran this pipeline. We also have, or no, we should have the requirements install, not cached. Well, it's already cached. I don't know. So it's quite fast, and it published the image to this repository. As you can see, it cached the installation of requirements, so it didn't even install the requirements. The second iteration is maybe we want to add some cache. It already has, but there are some ways, if you are not in this case, to have cache. For example, you can do a multi-stage, a kind of multi-stage build. So you import, as before, the src, and you import the requirements, you load the requirements file separately. You create a container where you use as a runner, where you just install the dependencies, and then for building the image, you start from the runner you built before, and loading just, excluding the requirements, so loading just the code. And this way, if the requirements, if the code is changed, the runner will be the same, and just the image part will be executed. This is the out-of-the-box cache. If you want to use cache volumes, you can, and it's as simple as declaring a cache volume with a cache key, and then mounting this cache volume into the container, and this is reused. We won't run it. We run just the last one, which is a more complex example. In this example, we are loading a DynamoDB database, which the FastAPI program interacts with. So we can, as before, it's identical. We have the runner. We have a test runner, which is separate from the runner we seen before. And here we install the requirements dev, which is the different requirements we specified with just, here it is, with just PyTest. And then we define the DDB service. In this way, we are defining a service containers, which we were talking before, and we just treat it like a simple container. So we import it, we load it from an image, and we specify the expose port. This is important because by specifying the expose port, Dagger can know how to and where to perform health checks in order to wait it for be responsible, and then letting the test results, which is another step, to interact with it. How do we express the dependency between the test results step and the service container? It's just as simple as calling this method on the test runner and binding the service. We bind the service by indicating the container we want the service to run, and then an alias. This is the alias we use in the actual tests when connecting. It's a DNS, so when we, here we have the connection, and we connect to the DDB on port 8000. The DDB is the alias we set here. So we can have the test not dependent on the service, and we can put whatever we want, and just reference whatever we want in when binding the container. Then we wait for the result for the test to complete, and we get the exit code and the standard output for the command. We can have it, and then conditionally we can interrupt the pipeline. For example, if the tests fail, we can interrupt the pipeline and just return, printing obviously the standard output for the errors. And otherwise, if the tests worked fine, we can build the image and of course continue. We can run it. Maybe here we can see now. We should see that the service container, here it is, it's running, and it's also stopped right after the. Okay, it finished. Well, you would have some more time to deep dive into this this graph. There's also the last thing about Dagger. This way of running Dagger is the rapid iteration method. But if you want to fine tune, you can enable the experimental Dagger interactive TUI, which is a UI where you can see each step and see the output for each step, how much time it takes, if it's cached, and you can fine tune here. It's still in beta, it's experimental, but I think that in a few months it will be available. The demo is, okay, we are done with the demo. Okay. Some conclusions. Okay. A challenge you have to face if you use Dagger is that pipelines are not declarative anymore. Declaration is declarative declarative languages are awesome in some way. And writing code, you can have some problems, and you have to be aware of that. Otherwise, you will write imperative code instead of configuration. And writing a graph or a pipeline is more a kind of configuration problem instead of instead of a programming problem. You can have possible vendor lock-in. The aim of Dagger is to not vendor lock-in on CI platform, but if you use the feature of writing Docker files using Dagger, you actually are vendor locked in into Dagger. If you don't want to use Dagger to write your Docker files, you are losing a big part of using Dagger. So I don't know if I would recommend it. And finally, there's no multi-language package repository. You have multiple SDKs. You have the Go SDK, the Python SDK, and the community may develop some features or some additional libraries for Golang, for example, which is the most used right now. And if you use Python, you may lack some features. But yeah, it's the community. The core is exposed as GraphQL, so you don't have any problem on the core. And yes, that was it. You can find the slide on GitHub. Not right now, but late in the afternoon you will. And you can also find me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Philip. Even with all the glitching, you managed to do very, very well. Anyway, there are some questions for you here. This question is a little bit not clear to me. I'm going to try to make it clear for you. So the person who asked it, if I didn't rephrase it well, please come forward. What's the advantage of using Dagger to write the Docker file? Doesn't that lock you to a Dagger, making Docker file content less readable?
Okay, yes. The advantage of using Dagger is that you can use variables, you can reference objects, you can reference whatever you want. Instead, if in the Docker file, you have a lot of copy-paste, and I find it to be error-prone for typo. You do a lot. If you do a typo, it's easy to do a typo, also for me. And yes, writing code, you can reuse the code, you can write function, you can write more complex Docker files.
All right.
And the second was, well, okay.
Yeah, no, I can read it. Doesn't that make Docker file content less readable?
No, you have to forget about Docker files. You just write Dagger.
All right. Can you run arbitrary bash command with the jobs of Dagger?
Yes, you can. You run your steps in container, so you can run whatever you want into the container. You can also write in bash the pipeline instead of Python if you want.
Okay, thanks. So what is the advantage of creating a Docker files in Python?
Yes, I think I answered to the first one.
Does Dagger integrates with the GitLab or GitHub with the web UI?
Yes and no. I was thinking about that. You can integrate. You can integrate with the UI by running small steps into the web UI. So you write for example, GitHub workflow, and you still have to define different steps. And in these steps, you will visit a specific node. For example, you will have the step for the tests, and there you will visit the test node in the graph. And in the deploy step, you will visit the deploy node. In this way, you will have the visualization of your pipeline also in the GitHub or GitLab UI. Otherwise, you have just one step and run all the pipeline inside this single step. You will lose the visibility, but if you open the log, you will have, as you have seen, the graph of Dagger. But if you want to migrate from GitHub to GitLab, you just have to rewrite the Dagger command. It's way easier.
Okay. So maybe you answered this one, but I'm still going to read it, and then you can tell me. How would Dagger interact with, for example, GitLab pipelines?
Yes, I think that's...
Yeah. Okay. Will it be configurable in a way that we see all of the steps in the pipeline?
Well, you can, if I understood correctly, you can write a pipeline. If you have different steps, you want to, if I understood correctly, you want to visit all the nodes in the pipeline. You just can write a pipeline which call the function which are the single nodes. And by doing this, you can visit every node you want.
Okay.
Every step.
Okay, why do you think that imperativeness and a variables declaration good? And if you really like it, you could do that with Bash as well.
What?
Yeah, it's a bit. Why do you think that? Okay.
Variables declaration.
Did you understand?
I think that that declarativeness is better than imperativeness, if that's the question.
Yeah.
Because, as I said, writing a pipeline is not. It's a configuration problem. You have to configure the pipeline, and doing it declaratively is way easier when you have a big configuration to manage. When you have a small configuration, you don't care. You just write some code, and it's easy as that. But when you have to manage bigger pipelines, if you are not aware of these problems, of the problems of writing imperative code, you will have some troubles debugging your pipeline, and yes, running it correctly.
Okay, thank you very much. We are out of time. If you have. Okay, I want to remind you all that there is a closing ceremony, and you are all more than welcome to come. But if you can quickly leave this room so we can open the space and prepare it for the closing ceremony.
Grazie. Cosa? Sì, poi infatti chiusura. No, esatto, sì. Potremmo mettere le piante qua, queste due piante qua. Cosa? Ah, è come la cavalcata Poteonkin. 322 ore di proiezione in bianco e nero. Matteo, fammi una foto. Se non metti l'ultima. Ah? 2. No, la mandi a Barry perché è lui quello che fa. Photoshop. Come lui fa lui è esperto di magro fotografia, abbiamo scoperto prima. No, magro fotografia.
Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting all these folks here at, 4:30 p.m. Sunday. Well, I really appreciate, and actually, this is the first time I do the closing because this is basically Patrick's tradition, but he forced me today, as the president forced the new vice president of PyCon Italia. So I mean, let's get started because I'm annoying you. So, few numbers of this edition of PyCon Italia 2023. Oops. We have had attendees from 42 different countries. So 42 matter a lot. I mean, if we had 43, this slide won't exist, okay? The top 10, Italy wins actually, but we have had Germany and Switzerland. And a few people from US, India, Spain as well, but I mean, the list is very, very long this year. We had 100, give or take 120 sessions, talks and workshops, 5 keynotes, 2 special guests, Samantha Cristoforetti and Alex Martelli with Anna, 2 social events. One event went really, really great. The other one, we're gonna forget it very, very quickly. I mean, we have to be honest. So, 3 extra workshops, Django Girls that is actually still running, right? No, we're finished, sorry. Okay, the Beginner's Day and the Public Speaking Workshop. We had a fail, though. Yeah. Cosa? No? 5 pieces. No, still a fail. So it's going to be 250 euros grant rather than 500 as we promised at the opening. So now we're starting with the saying thanks to the staff, actually. And the volunteers. Marco. Carlo. Well, Gaetano and Matteo. Gaetano left, so... Yes. Because even if the subjects are not so shapy, they make miracles with the cameras. So Gonzo and Topex for streaming and video services. The sponsors. answers. And the speakers, of course. And of course, all of you, or of course, yeah. Only you that are actually present physically in this room today. Okay. Now we have the dates for 2024. We are going to try a new experiment next year, shifting the dates one day ahead. So we are trying to finish on Saturday rather than finishing on Sunday afternoon. And so the beginners workshop and all the extra activities will happen on Wednesday, and the whole conference will finish on Saturday evening. Maybe with some special event, we don't know yet, but you'll figure it out. We have a whiteboard outside. We would like to have a sentence, say kindly, kind words for us, only kind words. So leave a message on the whiteboard outside, and we are gonna send you an email with the feedback form, because your opinion matters a lot to us, because we next year we're gonna try to increase the effort with new people in the community to add, I don't know, to do stuff.
That's why we need the feedback form.
Yeah. So the feedback form will be empty.
You need to tell them, not me.
Yeah, no, okay. So it will be empty, and then you fill the form. You fill the question and the answer, both. So see you next year. Thanks, guys. Ieri è successo. È morta la regina.
Spada no?
Spada! 1, 2, 3. Spada!